Greetings and welcome to SkepTalk, the show where skeptics talk. That's not actually the tagline, but it does sound fun. My name is Forrest Valkai, and I'm your host tonight, and I'm joined today by the beautiful and charming Aron. How are you doing today, my friend?
Those words have not been used to apply to me in a long time. not since I was your age.
Oh, God.
So
what a day.
You understand you just got back from Canada.
Yeah.
You went to...
Yeah, I just got back.
Yeah.
It was the Western Canadian Reason Conference. I was there with Seth, and we had an amazing time. Just absolutely incredible. It was such charming, lovely people. What I found the most exciting about it was, whenever a conference, convention or whatever asks me to come speak, my first question is always, what's security like? That's my first concern. And when they reached out to me, they were the first time I was like, hey, what's security situation? You have metal detectors, you have people there. What do you do? And they were like, why? And I was like, oh, fuck. I guess I don't need to ask that there, do I? And we actually it was bizarre. The first people I met talked to me about how they were concerned that America was going to invade. We spent a good amount of time the first evening. They had a little mixer, and we talked about what it's like living in America. And one person was talking about I went to Bourbon Street one time, and I was kind of I wasn't scared, but I was just kind of aware and kind of on edge. I didn't want to get hurt. I was worried about who was there. I was like, yeah, just that all the time to where you don't even notice it anymore. That's American life. You know what I mean? You go to the movies and you kind of just take a note of where the exits are. You go to the grocery store and you just kind of keep your eyes peeled for if anybody's acting weird around you. You go to a concert and you just kind of notice what you might want to hide behind should you need to. And I was explaining that, and they were like, I can't imagine living that way. And especially with where things are going right now with Trump, it's apparently you and I know this as Americans, but people in other parts of the world, it's feverish. It's strange. It's genuinely surreal for them to watch what we're doing and how we're living and try to grapple with that. They don't understand.
I think there's definitely a difference in our generations, because I take a more Blues Brothers approach. I just don't get fazed by the shit.
Yeah.
I don't worry about
so
where the
prevalent.
I just don't. Yeah, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. You get to a certain age and you're like, fuck it. Before the show started, immediately before the show started, my wife was chilling in the other room, and I was setting everything up in here, and she kind of scampered in and was just like, hey, where's your wallet? I'm like, oh, it's in the car. Go grab it. Whatever you need. I didn't think anything of it. She grabs my wallet and bolts out the door and scampers down the street, apparently, by her terms, like an old prospector. Just, you know what I mean? Jaunting down the street. Because I didn't hear, apparently there was an ice cream truck going by. And so she ran up to these people and screamed, give me some fucked up looking faces. And the people, very scared, said, I can't see the face. I don't know what the faces look like. And so she was like, give me a Powerpuff and a Sonic. And so she got a Sonic pop and a Powerpuff Girls pop and gave me the Powerpuff Girls pop, hoping that the gumball eyes would be as fucked up as possible. And I'm opening this for the first time now on camera. So we all get to experience this together. It's Bubbles. It is Bubbles. I can see it's blue. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Put that in your nightmares. Look at that. Why is it that? Why is it like that? It's horrific. Thank you very much, Ice Cream Peoples here in Tulsa. And thank you very much to my wife for being insane and for scaring some ice cream peeps into giving us this monstrosity.
Okay, then.
We got a great show tonight. If anybody's watching, the number on the bottom of the screen, 720-619-2288. That is for theists and believers in magical things and science deniers of all kinds. If you believe in gods, if you believe in angels, if you believe in demons or devils or ghosts or magic, if you believe that the universe was created from nothing out of in 6 days or 7 days, if you believe, if you believe in the Bible, if you believe in the Quran, or if you don't believe in evolution or the age of the earth or the existence of LGBT people as a biological reality, or just about anything else that this show is designed to talk about, this is the show for you. Call the number on the bottom of the screen, 720-619-2288, or use the web link in the description to talk to Aron and I. You got two people who just love biology and are excited to talk about it with you. So call that number.
It being as it is the two of us, they specified that this talk was going to be about evolution.
Mm-hmm.
You know, evolution is a fact. Disagree?
Mm-hmm. That really is what it is, because like
social media platforms, I go to these places on Facebook and such that, where they have these like creationism groups, and the people can't even formulate an argument. I mean, seriously, they can't. When I just say, "What's your problem with evolution?" they throw up memes that don't make any sense, I think, to them. So that it's just sad. But I did invite a few of them. They want to tell me that common ancestry is a faith-based belief. I'm like, oh. Let's have it.
Let's talk about it. Let's talk, dude. If we got one phone call for every 10 people who get on my Instagram and tell me that they can destroy me in a debate, we'd have a show that ran 1,000 years.
So, like minutes ago on Facebook, tell me that he's humiliated me so many times, and my only response to that is, "Who are you?"
Let's do it. Yeah, exactly. Let's do it. You and me. I tell you, man, I've had that interaction and it sucks.
If it had happened, I don't remember this guy. I don't remember that I've ever talked to this guy. He's just a random internet nobody using a fake name. So literally, random internet nobody, anonymous internet nobody. But he's telling me how he's humiliated me so many times. And I'm like, if I don't even remember you, then I'm pretty sure you didn't humiliate me. Also, you're a creationist, and for you to have humiliated me, you would have had to have been right. Trust me, if a creationist got into an argument with me and was right about something, I would remember that.
That'd be national news for me. That'd be all over the place. But here we are. I don't know. It is what it is, man. I hope we get some calls. I hope we get some good people who actually want to talk, because let me tell you, I get the same thing. Evolution's clearly not true. Okay, what's your best art? Like, what do you know about it? Can you define the word? Can we start there? Here's a meme. Here's something I learned from Kent Hovind. Here's some, straw man argument. Well, you believe two rocks created a monkey that gave birth to a human. Something like, and it's just like, come on. So if you want to call in,
sex with a squirrel.
Exactly. Yes. So this is your chance to give us a call and have an actual conversation with people who actually care about this stuff. It doesn't have to be an argument. It doesn't have to be vicious or vindictive or angry or anything like that. I promise I will be as pleasant as you are. And I can't speak for Aron, but
I got to say this, because I mean, we are here to argue, and that's genuinely what we're going to do. But the reason for it is important.
Right.
The believers want to pretend. They love being persecuted, don't they? So that's how
that is the fetish.
Their position is the more persecuted they are. But I'm not here to persecute you. I'm here to help you. As I told a couple of people today, I would love to cure you of this poisonous delusion that you're addicted to, that causes you to lie and only to believe lies. And if it's true, if we can prove in a moment that this is real, you don't want to know that. And I've had some people tell me, literally in those words, I do not want to know the truth.
Yeah.
They tell me. They want to believe what they want to believe, even if it's not true. And I don't know what I can do with that.
You can't do anything. I can say that the poll just ended. I usually wait to the start of the show before the chat poll ends, and I can see that 3% of the people who answered the poll said that they do believe that the theory of evolution is crap, and they will call to explain why. That's 3% of literally all people in the entire world, because that's who watches this show. So that's millions of people that should be calling in. And right before we get started, one last thing, because I will forget if I don't do it right now, is we've got Chewed Gum tomorrow with Alyssa and Promise. We've got The Hang Up with Matt and Daryl coming up after that. Then we've got the Transatlantic Call-In Show with Josie and Luxander. Then next week, we've got the Sunday Show with Paul and Matt. And then SkepTalk with me again right after that with John Gleason. Leading up into an awesome week of programming there. I'll also be doing the Sunday Show After Dark next week with Eric, Skeptics and Scoundrels. So tune in for that. And then I'm going to be gone for a few weeks. So those will be my last shows. I've got this show today, and then I've got the Sunday Show After Dark, and then SkepTalk next week as well. And then I'm going to be peacing out for quite a while. With that, we've got, I'm going to Malaysia. we did tours around the Galapagos Islands last year, and they worked so incredibly well. The people really enjoyed them, and we had a tremendous amount of fun, and it ended up being just way more successful than we thought it would be. So this year, we're not doing as many. We're only doing 2 trips to Malaysia, to the very eastern tip on the island of Borneo, and we're going to go see some orangutans and some sun bears and some proboscis monkeys and some pygmy elephants, and we're going to go to several animal sanctuaries, and we're going to talk about the evolution of these creatures and also the unique conservation efforts in these areas, a little bit about island biogeography and just what wildlife means in that part of the world. And then we've also got...
This is one of 2 reticulated pythons that I have, and my other one is Malayan. So the herping in Malaysia would be interesting for me. I also had a Malaysian water monitor at one point until the police shot it.
No. Never been a fan of those guys. But we'll be doing that, and then this fall we're also doing another trip into Germany and Austria, which is not a science trip at all. It's literally we're just going to go there and just fuck around the Christmas markets and sip spiced wine and buy little silly trinkets, and all of it happens to be right on top of Thanksgiving. So we were doing that to escape like the American politics this Thanksgiving. Don't have to talk about it. We're just going to go enjoy a part of the world that's sane. It's going to be wild. With that, we've got already a bunch of people calling in. We have one person who's being screened right now, and we've got 2 people in the call-in queue here, and we have somebody who's already been waiting for a few minutes. So we're going to start, actually. Usually we prioritize theist callers, and I think just this time we're going to start with... Actually, this is a person is an agnostic theist, so this works just fine. We're going to talk to Void. Pronouns he, him, calling in from tantalating xylophone, who wants to know, is there a way for religion to evolve without interfering with the scientific process? Is religion a naturalistic phenomenon? Phenomenal questions. Void, you're on the line with Forrest and Aron. How are you doing today? Void, can you hear us? Void, are you there?
We're speaking into the void now.
I'm here. There, I figured it out.
Hey, there.
Sorry, it's my headphone.
That's fine.
Thank y'all for having me, Forrest and Aron, the czars of reason, as it were. Y'all have influenced my life a heck of a lot, so hopefully this can continue to be a process that's beneficial.
Right on, yeah. So what exactly is your question? Because I read what I've got on the call screen here, but like maybe you have some more context you'd like to give us.
Sure. Here's the full question. I want to know if you think that there is a way for religion to evolve without conflicting with logical reasoning, social progress, and scientific progress. Instead, might we as a species be misattributing a natural phenomenon we should engage with, but sensitively?
Well, let's try to define what a religion is first, because that's always
good luck.
Okay.
Yeah. I made an attempt, and there is one exception to it, and I'll talk about that in a moment. I determined that every religion or every position that is universally accepted as a religion by both its adherents and its critics is a faith-based belief system positing the notion that a supernatural essence of self somehow survives the death of the physical body to continue on in some other form. Now that stood for all religions until the invention of the Satanic Temple. And now we have something that is recognized by the government as a religion that doesn't have a faith-based belief, doesn't have a faith, doesn't have any dogma, no doctrine, no holidays, no any of that. They don't have a belief about what happens. They don't posit anything happens after you die. There's no faith to it. But if we go with the traditional notion that religion is a faith-based belief, means something that you're going to believe, you're required, it's a belief system. You have required beliefs and prohibited beliefs. And so you have to believe X, and you're not allowed to believe Y. How then can science progress? How can anything progress? Because in order to improve your position, don't you have to correct the mistakes in your current perception?
Absolutely. See, I would completely agree with you if we were going with the traditional notion. If that's the traditional notion, that it would be completely untenable. It'd be something that literally cannot survive with our progress. My thing is that I think that there may be some way of like seeing what religion actually affects cognitively with people, maybe some sort of consciousness alteration. And if that's controlled in such a way that could be beneficial and not necessarily negative, while also taking into account things we know about us as a species and what is more beneficial and, I guess good is a weird term to use, but is better for society and individual flourishing versus the negative impacts. If we could like course correct against harm, that might be something that people can engage with in a way that it could be, I guess, on an individual level, extremely rewarding. If even for like some sort of existential balm, but not engaging with ideas that are just patently false. Now, I'm not talking about, let's talk about an external objective God or anything verse like that, because I don't think anybody can actually demonstrate if such a thing were there, and the evidence tends to lean towards the exact opposite.
Well, I just heard somebody an hour or two ago using the exact argument you just made as evidence for God. Altered conscious states, and how we can reproduce altered conscious states, as if that was supposed to indicate a God. To me, it sounds no different than the claim of changed lives. Because every religion, when you adopt that religion, you're usually in a point of emotional turmoil. You're at the bottom of your face down in the gutter, whatever, and you need that turnaround. So you adopt the new religion because you need the immediate change, and now you've got the immediate change, and you play into it. So every religion has the same effect. Obviously, the false religions will have the same effect as your one true faith, right? So how does one distinguish from the other? Having the changed, the altered states of meditation, or what yoga, or whatever you want to call it, I don't see that as indicative of God. I see it as indicative of an interesting human condition, but does not imply that anything was created by magic or that any kind of supernatural exists.
I fully agree, and actually, that's my exact point. A while ago, I started thinking about this a lot more heavily. Started looking into the evolution of religion, at least the biological angle, the evolutionary angle of why religion might emerge in us. And I was sitting down and meditating, and I was fully into the idea that I'm interacting with something external. And then I had a thought, it just clicked to me like this. At what point does any experience I have during meditation or during prayer or a hermetic, like, I guess, middle pillar ritual or anything like that, at what point does that actually exit my conscious experience and is now something reaching into my conscious experience to grant me something? And I think that's it, is that when people get into like this more decentralized individual quote unquote spirituality, that we tend to engage with this thing that definitely does transform us. And if we're aiming towards goals that are like, we're trying to do good for humanity, we're trying to do good for our fellow man, and we're trying to serve people, that if you engage with that and just think of these psychocultural constructs like gods as a method to getting that, I think that could be extremely good, but I don't think there's anything supernatural to it anymore. I think that if you just look at it plain on its face, you actually work through how this functions. I think it's more something like Metzinger and the ego tunnel was explaining. It's more of just how our brains function and how our consciousness perceives things.
Yep.
So
sorry, I don't have more response than that. Just yep.
I mean, so to strike at kind of the heart of the whole thing, like if you get to this point where you can extract every bit of what makes a religion, and to the point where it's like, okay, well, now it's this thing that's just this natural. Well, then you just have either a philosophy or a worldview that doesn't really fall, I think, under the purview of religion. Mind you, it's important to point out there is no solid definition of religion. So, like, at any point, you can say that any old thing is a religion and whatever. It's just, I don't know, man. I don't see the utility in holding on to that unless you just desperately need to say that you're religious, whether or not that means anything serious. I don't see the utility in making this definition stretch this way.
I guess I can see your angle. Yeah, I can see your angle. I would say that, like, this is something that definitely not everybody needs. I think that it can fast track people who definitely need some sort of correction to get their life on track. If they sit down and they just focus on these things, like you said, like Aron was mentioning earlier, there are people turn their life around on these ideas because they're more focusing on that aspect of themselves. But I think that there are people who are well-rounded that don't necessarily need that and could probably seek things that function quite well. I do think that I'm one of those individuals who was brought up religious. And as I've gone through my life, I find that I really value at least the experience of like a noumena, like just the phenomenology, maybe that's the wrong term, but just like the experience of something divine. Even if that might not necessarily be an external entity, I think a lot of people like me actually can't let go of it. But at the same time, I don't, like, as long as my idea of God is like, what is the highest, like, producible good that a human can aspire to? Like, if I engage on that, I find myself helping others and being more calm in situations where other people don't seem to be as calm. Once again, that's just the people around me, right? So, like, I don't have a sample size big enough to actually say anything definitively. But that's why I align myself more with, like, I call myself an occultist, is basically what I call myself, because I'm more into the esoteric side of things anyway. So I'm already in a lot of people's, like, hate basket. But that's more of how I tackle these things.
Sure.
Yeah, me too. I was a neo-pagan occultist for many years.
Me too. I grew up pagan. That's how I was raised. And so, like, I get it. And that's actually, it made it a lot easier for me to deconstruct because I already had this very animistic kind of view of the world. And it wasn't this authoritarian dogmatic thing. It was just kind of like a little bit more open and a little bit more free flow. And then I got to a point where I was like, hey, if I apply the same laws of logic and morality to this as I do to literally anything else, it kind of falls apart. And so it doesn't really seem useful for me to engage in this any more than I would with any other religion. So yeah, I think there's a way for like belief systems, worldviews, ideologies, whatnot to evolve and grow in a way that is very consistent with the scientific process. And yes, when you say is religion a naturalistic phenomenon, which is what I have on your call screen, I've talked at length on this show and others about how we are kind of predisposed evolutionarily to engage in more false positives and false negatives. And because of things like pareidolia and whatnot, we tend to see patterns where there aren't really patterns and find meaning where there isn't really meaning, and to, see faces where faces aren't, and all these things, and ascribe agency to things that aren't actually conscious or deliberate. And so, religions come up this way, but there's no reason to continue banking on that.
Detection,
there's no reason to continue banking on that, or to... No, you're fine. There's no reason to bank on that, and there's no reason to assume that because this is a natural phenomenon that it is good or worthy of preserving, in the same way that humans are incredibly tribalistic, but that doesn't mean that we should not be trying to foster a more global and healthy and collaborative society. So in the end, like, I hear what you're saying, and I don't think you're far off from anything. I just don't think there's any real utility in it. I feel like it's just something that would just, if you were trying not to lose your religion while actively, desperately trying to lose every part of your religion, but still call yourself religious, because that's like a balm to your anxiety. If you have somebody who's like deconstructing their Christianity, but they still need a relationship with something bigger than themselves, or they still need some sort of comfort or hope or after death, whatever it may be, people in that position, I can imagine doing a little bit of something what you're saying in order to stretch the definition of religion to match a secularistic philosophy. However, I just don't think that's productive. But I also don't think that it would go beyond the definition of religion, because the definition of religion sucks. So just, I have I don't have like a major screaming problem with anything you're saying. I just don't think it's useful.
Okay, that's fair enough. I mean, to each their own, right?
Yeah, most definitely.
I don't want to keep you too long, so I have, if you don't mind. Oh, sorry. Do you want to go on?
I was going to say we've got several theists in the chat, or in the line right now, and our lines are full. So I was going to jump to the next call, unless you had something else you wanted to throw out really quick.
Oh yeah, I was just going to say I'll get out of y'all's hair, but real quick, I want to ask Aron Raw something. Aron Raw, you said for a short period of time you were a neo-pagan.
Yeah.
How did you get your impeccable sense of style? Like,
are those related?
Yeah, this is cheesy.
How are those related?
It was a cheesy joke. Don't mind me. It's okay. Y'all have a wonderful day.
All right. Take care, Void. Bye-bye. By the way, Clint's Reptiles hanging out in the chat. Fancy seeing you here. And to answer your question about what our favorite dinosaur is, for me, it's Therizinosaurus all day long. That thing is ridiculous. And the questions that we have about it excite me almost more than what it is. We know what it is, and that's exciting. But then we don't know what it's doing, and that makes me excited.
Is Clint's Reptiles really in here? Because I didn't see him.
Yeah, he was. He was back there. He scrolled back a little while. He was in there. But we had to mute yet another person for coming in here saying, like, I can debunk evolution because Darwin's father had this religious blah, 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 blah. And we're like, call in. You got two people who know about this stuff willing to talk to you. Call in. It's either call in or be muted. You're hiding the truth. Yes. That is how people hide the truth, sir, is by inviting you to spew your nonsense in front of tens of thousands of people. That's hiding the truth. Absolutely. If you're in the chat,
you either speak up or you don't.
That's really it. Our lines are full right now.
It was his choice not to call in.
Yeah. Our lines are full right now, but we're going to jump into the next call to clear up a line here in a minute. I will say we don't have any room for any more atheist callers tonight. We have one who's waiting on the line. They're going to be waiting for a long time, Dan. I'm sorry. But we're only taking theist callers at this point because we've got several of them piling in right here. If you're in the chat right now and you're a theist or a creationist and you think that you have something to say about evolution, please hang out and please call in the second you see us hang out with somebody, pick up that phone because we only have so many lines that can be open. Looks like we have one line open right now. So if you're a theist in the chat or a creationist in the chat, this is your opportunity to pick up the phone, 720-619-2288. Otherwise, you're going to have to wait until we get through with somebody else. With that, let's jump in to...
Bottom one.
Let's talk to this person. Oh, sorry. You go ahead. What do you think?
I saw a theist. Oh, wait. That's a different one that I was looking at a moment ago. No, I'll leave it up to you.
Okay, I'm going to talk to this person who wants to talk to you. This is Jimmy, pronouns he, him, calling in from Nylon Yaks. We're talking about big shaggy boys producing synthetic fabrics, who is wanting to know if you believe in black magic. I don't know what that is. Jimmy, you're on the line with Forrest and Aron. How are you doing today?
How you doing, sir? You hear me perfectly?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, I want to talk to Aron specifically, and you too also, Forrest. Aron, sure. You say you're a Satanist, right?
That I'm a secularist, yes.
No, Satanist. You worship the devil, right?
No. I am a Satanist. Satanists do not believe in the devil.
It is confusing.
If you look up the fact page, look up the FAQ, the frequently asked questions, for both the Satanic Temple and the Church of Satan. Satanic Temple was started in 2013, and the Church of Satan was started way back in 1966. Anton LaVey, who started the Church of Satan, announced then that atheists do not believe in Satan, Satanists do not believe in a literal Satan, that Satanists are atheists. And Satan is just a symbolic character, much like Uncle Sam was back in World War II.
I compare him to Prometheus quite a bit. Like I really like the character of Prometheus, and I align my values with those proposed in certain depictions of Prometheus. And yet I don't think that guy's real. And I think he's a great allegory for Satan. Not an allegory, an analogy. Prometheus and Satan were largely the same character in like their intentions, goals, and outcomes. And I love them both for that reason. But I don't think that they're real.
Okay, so Aron, you don't buy into this superstition of black magic and voodoo and all that stuff?
I don't even know what black magic is.
Like, in Africa, we have what they call, in Africa, I'm from Nigeria, we have what they call
magic.
Hello?
Period. No, don't believe in it. There is no magic. Magic equals supernatural. Supernatural equals magic. I don't believe in the supernatural. I don't believe in magic.
No, because you grew up in America, go to Africa, go to Nigeria. There's a lot of black magic there. There's a lot of like people doing like supernatural stuff.
In woo.
No, you in America. That's why you don't see that much in America. But we in Africa.
I was a neo-pagan. years.
Yeah, so sorry. I don't know if you heard this, but like both Aron and I used to believe in stuff like that. I was raised pagan. Literally my whole childhood, I was raised to believe in magic. I was raised to believe in different types of magic, and we did also associate them with colors. There was white magic for healing and green magic for nature stuff. And yes, I was taught about black magic and what it was. I don't know what that is now because I don't think it's a real thing. And it's kind of like the word spiritual. I don't know what that actually means because everybody seems to have a different definition of it. But I know what I used to think it meant. So I used to believe in that stuff. Aron used to believe in that stuff. Now we don't. And we realize that these things aren't actually real. And so there's no reason to continue worrying about them.
I believe that spiritual...
I understand that. No, the reason why I understand you, because you guys stay in America. You guys live in America. I'm telling you, if you go to Nigeria, if you go to Uganda, if you go to Ghana, you see a lot of black magic there. It's not so much. You guys so much in science here.
Jimmy, what we're saying is
magic anywhere. You see people pretending. You see a bunch of scammers that have been doing the same thing all over the world. I was part of it myself, unwittingly, and that was the thing that broke me when I realized that what I was doing, what I could get people to see and experience and feel whatever they already believed. But it had to be something they already believed. I wasn't going to be able to get a Christian to see Krishna. That wasn't going to happen. But I mean, if I had to create the ambiance, all I got to do is set the stage and let their imaginations run free. And when I realized that I'm creating a situation wherein they will convince themselves of whatever they already wanted to see or believe anyway, then how do I know that I'm not doing that to myself? And that caused me to do a reflection on everything that I thought that I was involved with, all the transcendental meditation and everything else that I thought that I could do, that I would use to demonstrate to other people the validity of my position. And then I started to piece it apart critically and realized pretty quickly there wasn't anything to it. Not really.
No, because Aron, I think you and Forrest, like when you guys talk from an American perspective. You guys see it from the Western perspective. It's like you guys never lived in Africa, so you guys don't know what I'm talking about.
No, I Jimmy, let me try to phrase it a little bit differently because I feel like you're not hearing what we're actually trying to say here. The laws of physics don't change on a continental flight from America to Africa, right? The same rules of the universe will work in Africa as there are here. So I understand that there is a cultural difference in certain parts of Africa believing in different things, but fundamentally here in America, right, where I live in Oklahoma, right, I can go meet Christians who believe that they can pray and worship God in such a way that they can make limbs grow and wounds heal and cancer go into remission, right? That, if you just take their religious words out of it, is fundamentally no different than the magical claims that you're talking about in these other cultures. I do whatever ritualistic thing and whatever supernatural force creates some physical effect in the real world. And what Aron and I are trying to get across is that we don't believe that any of that is possible at all. It's not a cultural difference. It's that we don't think that there's any such thing as magic whatsoever. And so if someone in Africa, in Ghana and Uganda, wherever you're talking about, is able to do something and reliably make something physical happen, then I don't think they're doing magic. And if they believe they're doing magic, I think they've been fooled or they're just not knowing what's going on. And if other people believe they're doing magic, I think that they're probably scamming those people. But that, again, makes it no different at all than here in America, where we have faith healers who go into hospitals and pray with people to cure their diseases. If they believe that they're doing something real, they have been fooled. If the people believe they're doing something real, they're probably scamming them. It's the exact same thing. Doesn't matter where you are. Bullshit is bullshit is bullshit. And that's what we're trying to get across to you.
I didn't have to go to Africa. I didn't have to go to India to practice transcendental meditation. I didn't have to go to Africa to participate in Witch's Circle, which I did. I've been to a number of such things. I was married skyclad. Okay, that's how serious I took that shit. Yeah.
Everyone using big words, please. Everyone using big words. Using big words, man. I'm not as smart as you guys. Just like the vocabulary is too big for me. Like I want it to be in a plain language where I can understand what you guys are saying.
There's probably a language barrier. It's fine.
No, I'm talking about you guys are very educated. You guys have PhDs and all that. I'm just a main guy. I'm not that smart, but I want you to use a language whereby I can understand what you guys are saying. But I'm saying that in Africa they believe in a juju whereby if you put something in your mouth and you say some things, you can manipulate the elements. So you guys believe that's not true at all.
Yes, I don't believe anyone can do that, no matter what continent they live on.
Yeah.
Okay, so sorry. At least okay. I'm just trying to make sure that you guys understand where I'm coming from. So you do understand about.
You think that if we go to Nigeria, that we will see people doing magical things, that we will not be able to disprove those things. But the fact is, the people in Nigeria are not doing magical things. I've seen people I've known people who have walked into Las Vegas to see a magician, and they come back believing that the supernatural is real because Doug Henning made something disappear. No kidding. Right. So when you're in Africa, I'm sure there's a lot of that going on too. But nobody, never, nowhere, no how, ever demonstrated any kind of reality to anything supernatural ever whatsoever. All the religions combined could not gather together to confirm that there's a there. There is no supernatural, period.
Okay, because I heard tales from that my parents told me that there's some people that they'll wear a charm in their body, that they'll put on some charm, that if you shoot them a bullet, it will not enter, it will not penetrate. That they say they call it Odechi in Nigeria, whereby you use a charm on your body. Like let's say you're going to fight a war, you took this charm on you wear it, you understand?
I've heard of these things. I actually.
You put.
So I know what you're talking about.
Forrest, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about.
Put all 5 of the infinity crystals into one gauntlet, you can become a god.
That's so Jimmy.
Forrest, you guys do know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, like I said, man, we're really. I understand there's a cultural difference, but I promise you, like we deal with this stuff all the time, and Aron and I used to believe in it when we were younger. So, like, my question to you is, what's the point of you asking? Are you just asking just out of curiosity, or like, do you have some reason that you think these things are real that you want to suggest? Like,
because that's a very good question you asked for. I want to see whether you guys are just coming from American, I want to see if you guys are well versed in what I'm talking about, because I'm in Nigeria. We're fundamentalist Christian. We believe in the supernatural stuff. We believe in all this black magic, spells, generational blessings, and all that. So, and I'm trying to deconstruct. No, Forrest, you guys are helping me in my deconstruction journey. You understand?
Yeah,
I'm trying to see.
I appreciate it.
Hello? Yeah, I'm trying to see if you guys are well versed in what I'm talking about, because it's like I want to see if you guys are not just an American, because we have the African Christianity, we have the American Christianity, and especially when in Nigeria, where we pray very aggressive, because we believe that if you don't pray aggressively, that the devil or witches can come and make you disappear at nighttime. You understand?
I know. I do.
I want to see if you guys
are exposed things like this before.
Because I want to see if you guys are just very versatile.
Yeah. So here's the thing, man, is that like I really appreciate you giving us the opportunity to deal with this, because I've talked to you a few times before, and I remember how far you've come in these questions, and I appreciate it, and I'm happy to be a part of this for you. I'm proud that you're going through this journey. I really, really cannot wait for the day that you call in and say, hey, all right, I've decided none of this shit's real. Here's the thing that I hope you remember is that, like, your African perspective of Christianity is absolutely going to be different than our American one, but it's also very different than a South American one. And even if you were to completely deconstruct the American version of Christianity and the African version of Christianity, well, there's an East European version of Christianity that's going to have a completely different thing to say, and you're going to have the same boat. So what I would encourage you to just consider is that the things that Aron and I are talking about, in fact, the things that all of the hosts on the show are talking about, they really do transcend cultural lines. We're just asking for evidence.
I see your point.
If there's reason to believe a thing, then that's great. And if there isn't, then you shouldn't believe it. And what it comes down to with these beliefs, especially the beliefs that you're talking about here, they sound like just outdated superstitions that are propped up by fear and the idea that if you question it or you don't participate in it hard enough, then that's actually going to put you in danger. That just makes sure that everybody continues participating. That makes sure that nobody asks questions. These are all like, just, I'm trying to find the easiest way to say, like, these are just protection mechanisms for the belief system itself. And if these beliefs are true, if there really are demons and witches and all this stuff, then asking really good questions about them and studying and exploring them would be the best thing you'd want to do. That would be the best way to keep yourself safe. As we have learned with every other thing, the more you learn, the more you know, the better you can protect yourself, the safer you are. And the fact that this religion tells you that asking questions puts you in danger, doubting puts you in danger, not praying seriously and vigorously puts you in danger, that tells me that these people just want to keep your money. They just want to keep you under control, and I don't think you deserve that.
No, Forrest, I really like you a lot, and I understand. I just want to make sure that it's very interesting to me that you guys are aware of these things also. So you're very well versed in knowledge. And can I just ask you one more question? Because I am deconstructing, and you guys are helping me with my journey. So one thing again, I'll ask you guys is like, how do you get revenge of what they did to you? Like, for example, since they indoctrinate you with false beliefs and all that, and they wasted most of your life in that religious dogma, and it's like it cost you a lot of stuff, a lot of time, a lot of good times. How do you get revenge on them for what they did to you?
I'm of the mind that there's not a lot of value in vengeance unless we're talking about living well as the best revenge.
Yeah. I feel the same way as my way of getting revenge is that I have become an educator and a content creator online, and I reach out to people all around the world. I have millions of people that watch me teaching how to think critically, how to engage scientifically with the world around you, and how to not be afraid of superstition and magic and all these other silly things. I make sure that the people that lied to me can never hurt anybody again. That's what I work to do. And that's my revenge. Wow.
I love your show. I wish you guys the best. You guys are awesome. Thank you very much for taking my call. I really appreciate you guys.
Jimmy, I appreciate you too, man. I cannot wait for the day that you call in and tell us that you've let go of all this stuff.
I'm heading towards your direction. I'm heading towards your direction. I just want to see if you guys are about to, if you guys know what I'm talking about. So far, you guys know what I'm talking about, and you understand where I'm coming from. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Please use the stuff that you've learned from us on those beliefs and see how they hold up. Give it a try.
Yeah, because you guys are well versed, and that's what I like about you guys. You guys you're not just for Americans. You're from all. You guys know about all over the world, and I like that.
I hope so. I hope we can help all over the world. Thank you, Jimmy. I appreciate you. Have an awesome rest of your day, dude.
You too. Likewise. Take care.
Two major things that came out of that call. Number one, Jimmy is a really genuinely nice guy. He's excitable and he's got a lot of big, stuff that he's deconstructing. And I remember when he first called in, and it was hard to get through to him, and it was very different. And it was like the idea that someone doesn't believe in the Bible was a shocking concept. And every time he calls in, he seems to be pretty straightforward with his questions, and it sounds like he's on a great journey. The second thing that was a big development of that call is I just found out that we both have PhDs. I didn't realize, but congratulations, Dr. Ra, for your success.
Are you referring to the point in the thread that I supposedly, according to I don't know, AI or something, that I've written several books?
No. Jimmy was praising us. He was speaking very highly of us, and he said that we are both very intelligent, and he said you guys both have like PhDs and stuff. Neither of us do, but I love. I know, but like he was just being sweet. I wasn't going to call him out, right? It was very sweet of him, but. With that, we've got several more people that are still here on the line, and the lines are still open. So again, it looks like we've got 2 spots right now. If you don't believe in evolution, or you do believe in a God, this is your chance. Call in that number at the bottom of the screen, 720-619-2288. We would love to talk to you. In the meantime, let's talk to Talon, pronouns he, him, calling in from Itchy Navel. Ugh. who says he believes that evolution and God are both real. Let's talk about that. Talon, you're on the line with Forrest and Aron. How you doing today?
I'm doing good. How y'all doing?
Never had a bad day, man.
Oh yeah, that's what's up.
So walk us through this, because I've heard this before, and people usually have different ideas about what that means. So walk me through your beliefs.
You ever heard about the physics of consciousness or any of the research kind of like heading in that direction?
It's not my area. So I know a little bit about consciousness and I know a little bit about physics, but they're kind of outside of my research area. So I would love to hear what you have to say about them.
Just pretty quick. There's a pretty leading theory out there that the state of consciousness, or the state of matter that your consciousness takes, is actually plasma. And there's a fair amount of objective research to back that. But if we could run off of that hypothesis, we could probably start of like a picture of the whole universe, I guess, being vibration, plasma, and then after the plasma settles, you'll get electron geometry, which gives you pretty much the building blocks of like the periodic table of elements. So like hydrogen is a tetrahedron. I'm going into some other shit, but pretty much I think that God himself, or the definition of God that's like the most objective and unbiased, if you had to reach somebody, is when energy becomes conscious and starts creating matter. So at some point where that plasma cooled and settled, we had some shit like mycelium ended up spreading out, and then you had human consciousness developing through that. So I think that everything pretty much can be explained.
So okay, so
when energy becomes consciousness and begins creating matter.
So you
sorry, I did kind of
that is not remotely
I think somewhere.
It's not remotely similar to any definition of God I've ever heard, and it doesn't apply to most gods.
I think that's just what you want to define God as. If you define God as conscious energy that creates, then that pretty much means any deity that can create Apollo? Throughout their energy.
Well, that's this is Talon's God that we're talking about here, so let's stick with that. So we got conscious. You throw out a lot of words here, and I just want to try to dig through some of them, because some of them were a little bit of salad for me, and so I want to make sure I'm understanding. You said conscious energy that You said conscious energy that creates matter.
When energy becomes conscious, so
right.
Just his God did not create the universe. His God is a product of the Big Bang.
Right. Because we don't have energy that we know of before that. At least I don't think so. I'm not a physicist or cosmologist.
I do not know. There's a lot of arguments on whether there was energy or not. I think plasma and vibration, those two concepts at least, those things have been here since the beginning of the universe type shit. So like, I think
so. The other thing I have here is consciousness as plasma. That's another thing that I've written down here. You also threw out the word mycelium. You said that consciousness creates matter, creates mycelium, which then creates physical beings.
No, what I mean is that like somewhere down the line where plasma ends up like heating and cooling during one of those stages, how do I explain this? I guess like the protoplasm, or whatever you would like to describe like the human unit as, like somewhere when that plasma is heating and cooling, organic matter arose, and that organic matter became conscious. So like I think plasma being consciousness, and then it pretty much God is plasma, essentially. That's kind of how.
What indication do you have? What indication do you have that there is a consciousness outside of living beings?
There have been multiple reports from doctors who've had near-death experiences, being able to explain events happening outside of the operating room. There's also been
I gotta help you with this. After 50 years of research into near-death experiences, one or two of the top researchers quit, realizing that there's nothing to it. Susan Blackmore, famously, was beguiled by this back in the 1980s. And realized that after 50 years, concentrated research, there are very few instances that don't have clear explanations, and you've got nothing after all this time. nothing to substantiate that there is a there.
I think that's just you not doing enough objective research, honestly.
That's me reading.
Give me a second. How would you explain them in several countries around the world that kids say that this is where I died, and then they literally have a team go to a place that was undiscovered for multiple years, and they can literally tell you the exact wound that they got that killed them. You've had multiple.
So here's the issue. Yeah, that's the issue here is you saying that we're not doing objective research. No, like the thing is, what you're describing here, I don't know of any actual like peer review publications that are like making this case. This sounds like just some stories from some people, and they may be very compelling stories.
Oh yeah,
but
even Dr. Roger Penrose. Yeah. So yeah, I got you. Dr. Roger Penrose, he thinks that consciousness is a quantum effect, and then you have Dr. Stuart Hamroff, who thinks that the microtubules give way to those quantum effects. So quantum effects have
those are different things. Those are different things.
Don't realize it. No, those are the exact same thing because plasma is always a quantum interaction.
Talon. Those are different things than what you're claiming, and none of those things indicate. None of those things give any hint.
Quantum interaction either.
Right. None of those things indicate. Dude, you're gonna have to let us talk. Neither of those things indicate the existence or even hint at the existence of consciousness outside of a physical body. We have no evidence whatsoever. We don't know for sure what consciousness is. We are damn sure that it is an emergent property of brains, of a nervous system. We don't know exactly what it is or exactly how it works, but seeing that it's an emergent property of a nervous system seems overwhelmingly clear. We have no evidence whatsoever and no indication whatsoever and no recorded instances whatsoever of any kind of consciousness existing outside of a physical body, except for stories, sometimes stories by credentialed people, but nothing that's ever been actually empirically tested or demonstrated to be real.
I'm about to Google this right now because I do not believe you.
You should have done that earlier.
Honestly,
you accused me of not having done enough objective research after I've invested a decade of my life into this, and you're just going to Google it?
Please. Can I get a second to rebuttal against the statement that you made? Right, because you're saying that there's no objective evidence that's ever been entered for consciousness, right? So what you
scientific
did is
evidence, nothing serious.
No, I'm trying to be serious. It seems like y'all being disingenuous, bro. But like, okay, so y'all saying that there's been no objective evidence for consciousness outside of the body, and then you brought up a source that says that we do not have. You pretty much brought up a source. Who was the doctor that you brought up again that says there was no evidence? I'm sorry.
I haven't mentioned any doctors.
Okay. There have been several doctors themselves who said they've had near-death experiences, like they've witnessed things outside of the operating room.
Right. But that has nothing to do with what I said.
That has plenty. Okay, so if you can have a conscious observation outside of the body, and then you can recount events, that's consciousness outside the body.
Verify you're not just telling the story.
Have a good day,
that's the thing. Talon, what we're talking about here is actually something that's like testable. Somebody saying something is not science. We're talking about something that is an actual demonstratable, testable experiment, something that can be reproduced in a lab, something we can actually quantify and measure, not just, I heard somebody said, a doctor said a thing happened. And if that's what you're bringing to the table, it's ridiculous that you would accuse Aron and I of not doing enough research. I know you don't give a fuck because you hung up just now, but like at the end of the day, you need to do more than I'll Google this while I'm on the air to see if maybe anybody said I'm right first. Like, fuck, man. It's just lazy as shit. Try again, Talon. Try again. I'm still stuck on plasma becomes energy, or conscious energy creates matter that becomes mycelium that makes consciousness. I would love to know what the bridge from plasma to mycelia are.
Yeah, and I haven't done enough objective research because what he's done is he heard a story about a bunch of hearsay and just accepted it uncritically. And so that's his unbiased, objective research. Apparently.
I saw a blog post where a man said some doctors said some stuff, and that's research. Talon, probably.
I always wait until I'm in the midst of a debate before I begin to Google the subject.
Right, of course. That's how science works. That's how you know you're taking your call very seriously. I remember it's like, this isn't a serious claim. I am being serious. That's not what I said. Gosh. We've got several more people still calling in. Lines are still open. We've got the number on the bottom of the screen there, 720-619-2288. If you don't believe in evolution, or if you do believe in a God, this is your chance to call and talk about it. For right now, we're going to talk to Mark, pronouns he, him, calling in from Fuzzy Lagomorphs. Talking about fluffy rabbits up in here. The best kind. Who says, how can we have ultimate justice and hope with no God? Easily. We will demonstrate for you. Mark, you're on the line with Forrest and Aron. How are you doing today?
Hey, you guys. How you doing?
Fantastic.
Great. Just to let you know, I'm Catholic, and I don't even believe in near-death experiences. So, listen to the call, but...
well, you're in good company.
What I was... Yeah, Forrest, you and I spoke before. Hi, Aaron. Aaron, we haven't talked before, but anyway... I've been watching a lot of these John Lennox debates with like Dawkins, people like that.
Okay.
And he continues to go to this point where he says, well, "Why do you believe Christianity is the correct, the correct religion or correct belief?" And he always goes back to this. You probably have seen these themselves, whatever on YouTube. Well, without God, there's no hope, and more importantly, there's no ultimate justice in this world. So
I have no God, and I have hope. I just proved John Lennox wrong.
Yeah, it's really not hard to do.
But I think he more alludes to the ultimate justice outside of hope. So, and actually, Dawkins Dawkins actually responded, well, that's too bad. I
don't know.
I just wanted to get your thoughts on his argument there.
Yeah, I don't know John Lennox enough to know him by name. I've heard the name before, but I don't know about him very much. Just to repeat,
he's a Christian apologist who accepts evolution, yet is constantly quoted by creationists as if he's arguing against evolution.
What a fun guy. So just to reiterate, because I want to make sure I'm understanding, you said that the premise is that without God there is no hope and no justice, but you phrased it in a particular way. Could you please rephrase the...
Yeah, he said there's no ultimate justice,
ultimate justice. Okay.
Like
ultimate justice. Yeah. So here's my thing. Is first of all, what the fuck is that? Because what it sounds like when you say ultimate justice, what that sounds like to me is eternal divine judgment. It sounds like that's kind of what it's getting at. And what that ultimately breaks down to
Sunday.
Right. You're fine. What it sounds like to me is when it's a lot like when, a Christian will say like, well, there has to be some objective source of morality, and that objective morality is God. But at the end of the day, that is subjective. That is not objective, because at the end of the day, the actual determining factor in what is good or wrong is God's subjective opinion. And when you talk about ultimate justice, well, then the judge, the final arbiter, is God and his opinion over whether or not you deserve to be punished and how you deserve to be punished. And most of the time, when you're talking about somebody who's believing in Christian mythology, it is divine, like eternal punishment. Eternal punishment for finite crimes, that you go to hell forever, or at the very least you go there until judgment day and then you get a second chance at redemption, which isn't much fucking better, considering the fact that somebody who committed the exact same sin back in the 1300s has been there for a lot longer than somebody who commits the sin a day before Judgment Day and dies. You know what I mean? Like, what's that all about? In the end of the day, it is still just the revenge porn fantasy of this massive dictator in the sky who's determining who deserves to be tortured and how. It is the antithesis of love and reason and compassion and what I would call justice. But it plays into this idea that somebody who's big and strong and more important than everybody else will finally decide what's right and wrong and who deserves to be hurt. And that's justice. And that's not. That is kindergarten mentality, waiting for the teacher to come say, yes, this person's good and this person's bad. So it's easy to have hope without that because there's no reason to believe such a hopeless thing exists. That's my main response. But again, this is the first time I'm hearing any of this. So if you want something more articulate, we'd have to dig into it a little bit further.
I would start with definitions. What the hell is justice?
Yeah,
ultimate
seriously.
Justice.
Because if you're looking for the ultimate justice, well, then we have to figure out what justice is first and find out what is the ultimate of that. But hell, damnation, eternity, forever, for a finite crime, there's nobody never could have ever done anything to be worth in the what 8 decades you get out of life. There's no way you could have committed enough horror to be worthy of merciless, relentless torture forever and ever and ever. And there's only a dichotomy. You either get infinite blowjobs or you get merciless torture, both of them forever, and it's a flip of the coin which you're going to get. Does that sound like justice? Is justice even possible in such a ridiculous binary dichotomy as that?
Right. Even with like a Hitler or a Stalin type.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the thing is, even like you pick the most evil motherfucker you can possibly imagine. Somebody who literally from the moment they're born, they flop out of their mother onto the button that launches a nuke. And like just their entire fucking life, just day in and day out, they're doing nothing but strangling kittens. And like just the worst person you can possibly imagine. At the end of the day, they still lived a finite life and committed a finite amount of crimes. And so infinite punishment would be unjust. And it certainly doesn't comport with the idea of a God that is merciful, especially infinitely merciful. And so I don't think there's any way. This is, the philosophical paradox of what real justice is. Like, that's a whole discussion we can have, but it's not going to get you away from the fact that this God is the one making the decision. So ultimately, it is a subjective decision based on this person's subjective morality, their opinion about what is right and wrong. They are the one now who is causing people pain, who is hurting this person because they think that it's right. And we are expected to be obsequious little sheep and fall in line or don't. Not to mention the fact, Aron brought up the idea of a toss of a coin. Considering the fact that we have over 40,000 denominations of Christianity alone and no indication that Christianity is the correct religion, and the God of the Bible is a massive, flip-flopper all over the place anyway. It depends on what page you read, whether murder is acceptable or not, whether circumcision is going to absolve you of sins or not, whether pulling out is enough to get you killed. Like, there's all these things in the Bible that are just completely ridiculous, arbitrary rules. So even if you had Christianity and you knew that was right, and you knew you were in the right denomination, you still got an immensely misleading book. And so everybody who believes in divine judgment should expect damnation by matter of probability alone. Those are the cops coming for me, so I've got to end the show pretty quickly. But I just hope you can understand, Mark. Like this fable of ultimate justice just doesn't work for us. And as far as achieving hope without this God, I would be immensely less hopeful if I knew that there was such a monster in charge of the universe. I am filled with hope, filled with joy, filled with love, filled with excitement because of the life that I get to lead on my own terms, free from these kinds of rules, edicts, and arbitrary stupidity.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I see where you're coming from. anyway, that was, these are things I think about when I'm watching these debates, and I don't know. Some of it makes sense.
What do you
some of
think?
it doesn't.
What do you think? Like when you hear this as a Catholic, how does that resonate with you?
Well, it's just, it's just, what does this all mean? What's the point? Just trying to find some point in everything,
Okay.
That's why a lot of theism is the whole "why am I here" question, insisting that there has to be a reason. There doesn't.
Right.
When people ask me, what is the meaning of life, that is to me a very stupid question. For me, it's like the old stereotype of the fortune teller, whether they spill the chicken bones, or whether they read the tarot cards, or whether they read the entrails or whatever. All of these things, or read the tea leaves is another one. And all of these things were by design as random as they can possibly be, so that the reader can interpret out of them whatever they want. And so they're doing a cold reading of the person, and then doing something out of the tarot cards or whatever to read their future into them. When you throw down the chicken bones, or cast the dice, or throw down the tea leaves or whatever, that doesn't mean anything. That's just the way that it fell.
Mm.
So when you say, what is the meaning of life? Life doesn't have a meaning. We weren't put here on purpose. If you want your life to have a meaning, I was perfectly fine for years and years not having any meaning nor needing one. But, later I decided that there's this thing I want my life to mean. And so I'm working toward that end. That's what you have to do. Figure out what you want your life to mean and then work for it.
Right.
But it's not arbitrarily imposed on you.
Yeah.
I said
yeah. My father was going to be a priest, believe it or not, and he met my mother. But he wanted to go to Catholic school, and with that, yeah.
Another lesson in women leading men astray.
Right, but he was a conservative Catholic, and we didn't have any choice, and I went to Catholic school for 12 years, and it's a very scary experience.
Yeah.
And you don't really question it. You know what I mean? If you question it, they probably expel you from school. So
yeah.
Anyway, that's what I wanted to share tonight, you guys.
Well, let me ask you, Mark. What would be so bad? Because Aron and I both don't believe in an objective meaning to anything. I think there's the existentialist view that you can kind of go out and find your own meaning and things like that. But at the end of the day, I think both of us are pretty nihilistic in this point. What would be so bad? I'm asking you, in your opinion, what would be so bad about not having a meaning? What would be the problem with that for you?
I guess you're just trying to say you have to find meaning in this short life.
No, you don't have to find meaning.
You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. Yeah, you don't have to do shit, dude. But I'm asking you, you said that you were I asked you what you thought about this argument that Lennox put forward, and the first thing you said was it's just you're looking for meaning. So I'm wondering, what would be the problem if you found none? If you looked for meaning and you found that at the end of the day, the universe seems entirely mechanistic, there doesn't appear to be any reason behind anything. The cosmos as a whole is material, and we're just a part of it, and therefore there's no reason to believe that there's any such thing as a meaning. What next? What's does that bother you, or is that would you be okay if that was the case? How would that perspective resonate with you?
I don't know, Forrest. I'd have to think about it. You know what I mean? I don't have an answer.
I encourage you to. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. I encourage you to think about it, because that's where I'm coming from. I don't think there's any such thing as meaning in a real way. There's what we do, and I can say that this is what I want my life to be about. I can choose to be a good person, but you could criticize that as an arbitrary decision, and it would be difficult to, give a reason why it's not. Like, it's just, at the end of the day, I don't think there is meaning at all. And I'm quite fucking happy. That is immensely freeing to me. It means that I was not born on purpose. Nobody stamped the bottom of my foot with a plan to tell me what I have to do with my life, what the point of my existence is. I am free to do whatever I want, to be whatever I want, to challenge myself and others, to grow, to make mistakes. Like, I'm free to do all of those things. I'm not dictated a purpose. That sounds like hell, man. And so I encourage you to just sit with it for a minute and just see what that feels like, to see yourself that way. I can tell you it's gonna be weird, because you're used as a Catholic, you're used to thinking yourself as some sort of elevated, privileged thing in the universe. When you get rid of that, you it's strange. But I can tell you, it's for me, it's immensely freeing, and I hope you explore it, and I hope you call us back and tell us what you think about it.
Yeah, let me give it some thought, and I'll call back.
That sounds great, man. I'm on.
Nice talking to you guys. Anyway, I enjoy the show.
Yeah. I'm on Sunday night and next Monday. If you want to talk to me about it, I'd love to hear from you.
Okay. Hey, Aron, I know you didn't say much, but I got to meet you. I watched a lot of your videos. So,
well, thank you kindly.
You've had some funny stuff that I've seen. So, but anyway,
thank you.
All right, you guys have a good evening. I'll let you go.
Take care, Mark.
Caller.
Right on.
All right, bye.
Yeah. Before you jump on to the next call, I like this idea that you had about you have the meaning of life stamped on the bottom of your foot. I think that's just a wonderful idea in my head. Okay, well, let's look at the bottom of our foot. Damn it, my purpose in life is to be martyred for a greater cause. Fuck.
Yeah.
My purpose
gets me.
In life is to be the first one shot as we hit the beach. At Normandy.
It's
damn it. And another one looks at the bottom of their foot and says, another child looks at the bottom of her foot and realizes, oh, I'm supposed to die of leukemia at 3 because God needs another angel.
Fuck. It's also, how can I read? That's to the person in chat who says the problem, if there's no meaning, one might lose the will to live or enjoy life. Valkai does think there's meaning to life, or he'd be super depressed every day. If you're gonna call me a liar, call the fuck in and do it. I don't think there's meaning to life, and I am not super depressed every day. I'm genuinely one of the happiest people I know. Call the fuck in. If you think I'm wrong, or you think that I'm misleading you in some way, you have 2 people here telling you what they believe. You are free to challenge us. There's a phone number at the bottom of the screen. You can either get ignored in chat because nobody wants to hear your shit, or you can present your accusations in front of tens of thousands of people. That's the gambit to you.
It is possible. It is possible that Forrest Valkai is happier than me. I would accept that he's probably happier than me, but I'm happier than most. Damn Skippy.
It's seriously, I wake up with a big smile on my face and it never feels out of place. So give us a call, 720-619-2288, or use the web link in the description. The lines are, we have one line open right now. Actually, we have people in the call-in queue. We have people in the waiting room, but we have one line open still for, if you want to call in and say that I actually do believe in the thing that I don't believe in, let's talk about why I don't. It'll be a lot of fun.
Don't you love when people tell you what you believe?
It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. Let's talk to someone who just actually got into the queue. I was going to take this other one, and we'll take you next. But I want to take this person who is the first person to call in about evolution, kind of. We got Waldemar, pronouns he, him, calling in from Fine Leggings. Who says, if all modern life forms came from a single cell, could other branches of life could have come forward? Waldemar, you're on the line with Forrest and Aron with a great question. How are you doing today?
Hey, man, I'm doing super great that I'm talking to you, man. I got to say that you're my favorite atheist on this show.
Aw, well, thank you. That's very kind of you.
Yeah, I really mean it. I really mean it, man. Okay.
Well, thanks. It's very kind.
Make sense of the question. I'm a theist, on the fence, but a theist. And I do know evolution is true.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to believe that it's true. I know it is true. Now, however, given the ample time that life has evolved from our most ancestral cell, given the branch that we currently have, wasn't there enough time in between for a different cell unrelated to our branch to have come up and evolve a different branch of life, not related to our branch of life? And if there's any evidence of that. I'm not really sure if I'm making any sense with the question.
You are. It sounds like you're saying...
You talk about the emergence of single-celled organisms, like the first populations of single-celled organisms, and the way I often explain evolution is that you have one original species or a group of them. It's never an individual, right? So we've got a whole cluster of cells, and some of them over generations begin to change a little bit until you make a distinction, but so that the one group becomes 2, and then those 2 become 4, and those 4 become 8 and 16, and so on, excepting for the ones that eventually go extinct. And we know that there are vast lineages of organisms that have gone extinct way early on, even in microbial scale, and very small. Well, there's a whole lot of organisms that have gone extinct at various stages. By far, most things have gone extinct. So, but even if you go all the way back, where you're talking about, let's say within eukaryotes, even at the earliest stages, there are vast groups of eukaryotes that no longer exist. There's things that we can't identify in the fossil record because they're so strange compared to what we have alive today.
Okay. So I mean, I fully understand the whole process of speciation and how sometimes different groups become dead ends, die out, but animals keep carrying forward that DNA information. But I'm saying that given the vast ample time, parallel to, not necessarily parallel, but let's say a few million years later, that newly formed cells could have come up with the same process that our ancestors came from, giving rise to a different branch altogether unrelated to ours, and then proceed in bringing a new tree of life, if you will.
Right.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, you're talking about how when eukaryotes first appeared as an endosymbiotic event, and then diversified into you have plants and fungus and so on. You're saying that there could have been another group. Maybe they're not eukaryotes, or if they are eukaryotes, they're a very early line of eukaryotes, completely distinct from plants or animals, so that they're not in the animal class. They're not. Is that what you're arguing?
I mean, I'm having trouble framing the question in an appropriate manner, because I know that all modern life is related. But
I think I understand what you're saying.
The fact that we
can I try? It sounds like you're saying that like abiogenesis happened. There was a process, a totally normal, natural process where life came from non-living material. And you're asking, that was 3.8 billion years ago that happened. It took up until about 1.7 billion years ago for multicellular life to evolve. And then past that, we get all the different things we do today. And you're asking, anytime in there, could it have happened again? And could you have a totally different type of life that evolves out of the same natural processes that started the first time and creates a totally new lineage, totally separate from everything in the tree of life that we know today? Is that what you're getting at?
Correct. You hit right on the nail, man.
So here's the two issues that I have that I think is important to point out. Number one, abiogenesis 3.8 billion years ago, when we know that life started at least that time, right? Abiogenesis very likely did happen a few different times. It's very likely because you have this vast empty ocean of Earth, right? So it's very likely that kind of stuff did pop up a few times. Once life gets started, though, once one lineage is kind of spreading around and dominating the planet, you have the issue that is now persistent for the rest of Earth's history, including today, right now, which is that in order for life to get started, you need an environment that is incredibly dense in nutrients and completely sterile. And that simply doesn't exist outside of a laboratory. So out in the universe, out in the world, if we have a place right now, the leading evidence, as far as I remember, points to tide pools. So if you have a tide pool that's full of really all the materials needed for abiogenesis, that tide pool is also full of fucking bacteria and algae and nematodes and all sorts of other stuff that is going to eat all of that stuff. And if life somehow did arise there, it will also be eaten in short order. And so, like, in order to understand whether or not life arose, you need to, not one, find it, two, identify it under a microscope, three, be able to figure out how the hell it's different than everything else. It's not something that we could possibly pin down, if it even did happen, which would be extremely unlikely. The second thing that I think is really, really important to point out is that, the second thing is that the person in chat who says that abiogenesis is poppycock should call the fucking show. The third thing now that I think is really important to point out is that certain events during the history of life from after abiogenesis did happen a couple of times and create totally different lineages within the one lineage that was there. So, like I said, multicellular life starts about 1.7 million years ago. 1.7 billion, pardon me. 1.5 billion years ago, so just a little bit after that, is when we see the earliest evidence of endosymbiosis, for example. So mitochondria are now a thing. Chloroplasts are now a thing, right? And for the same reason. And so that type of thing, if you're talking about like splitting off into different lineages, those are from the same lineage. Those are all still related. But the processes to make stuff that are alive, I would call that, in my opinion, I would say that that's pretty good indication that shit like that can happen. Weird things that sound really cool can happen multiple times. And so the beginning of life definitely could have happened and almost certainly did happen multiple times. We are just the only lineage that survived. Does that answer your question, Waldemar?
Oh, no, yeah, absolutely. And it makes a lot of sense. It makes perfect sense. Because it's like, the way I'm understanding it is that given the ample time, I keep forgetting the word, but there's a word that is used when a company, I'm not even sure if it's the right analogy, but the point is that once something becomes the first and it becomes to propagate and is the one that becomes the most successful, it kind of leaves very little room for others to really, even if they come later on, to really establish themselves and then continue on and bring in a new branch of life. In biology,
in biology, that sounds awfully similar to what we would call the competitive exclusion principle, which is that two species can't occupy the same niche at the same time. So if you have one thing that's really established in this niche doing a good job, some other thing can't come in and do the same thing. One of them has to die off. If this other one is better, it'll dominate and take over. Otherwise, it's not going to be able to get in. It makes sense in that way.
Absolutely.
Yeah, even if we were to have a fully functioning life form enter our planet in a meteor, and be able to spread and proliferate that way, how far would it get? If it's one of our movie creations, like from the film Life, well, then it's going to take over and kill everything, and then the entire Earth is going to be dominated by that thing. But otherwise, if what we have on Earth already has the advantage, which it should, then this new life form entering the planet will just be consumed.
Right.
Absolutely. I have one final question, and it's going to be very simple. And then if it's okay with you, Forrest, I have a statement to make for all the theists that are out there listening. So the second question is, what's the deal with this new life form that they discovered making the animal kingdom instead of 5, 6?
I have no idea what you're talking about. This must be either very new news or I just am out of the loop.
Yeah, no, because I'm always trying to stay on top of that. But anyhow, I'll probably research it at some other time. Now, the statement.
Up and clarify what you're talking about.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think I saw it on Life, not Life magazine, but National Geographic, that modern biologists discovered a new kind of animal adding to our 5 animal kingdom. So there's like a 6.
A new type of life form living in the human body.
In on Earth. Because you know how we got the 5 animal kingdoms?
No, kingdom. So kingdom is one level of classification, and animal is a part of that. So one animal is a kingdom, and then the other kingdoms would be like plants and fungi.
Fungi.
The headline I'm looking at in Popular Mechanics says this bizarre fossil isn't a plant, animal, or fungus. Turns out it's a whole new form of life. I'll have to look into that.
Okay, so that would be creating a new kingdom or a new domain, because there's domain is the highest level of order, unless you count life itself as a high level of order, which I do sometimes. But domain is the highest level of order, and that is going to be bacteria, prokarya, and eukarya. Nope. Fuck me, I'm stupid. Bacteria, archaea, and eukarya. Bacteria and archaea are prokaryotes. I said that because I'm reaching over here trying to plug my fucking mouse in. I'm not paying attention to what I'm saying with my face, and I'm spreading false information on the internet. Then below that, you have kingdoms. And so Animalia, Plantae, fungi, those are kingdoms. So this would be a totally new kingdom or a totally new domain. If it is neither plant, animal, or fungus, then it's either a bacteria, an archaea, or something that we've never seen before.
Awesome.
The organism he's talking about.
This has been a great conversation. If you don't mind, I would like to make a 30-second statement for all the theists listening out there, man. If that's okay with you.
As long as it's cool.
Yeah, I just want to say to all the theists that, whenever you argue about evolution and using the Bible to try to disprove the evolution, there's ample evidence that evolution is really true. And the way I like to compare it, giving all the strata and the different sedimentary layers, I like to compare it to, I like to use an analogy when you look at a child who's running and suddenly jumping while somebody's taking snap pictures. When you look at all the different sedimentary layers, these are snapshots of different points in time. And when you find a group of animals that were living at a certain point in time, and they're not mix and match from upper layers, is really telling us the story that there was a progression, and it's all the evidence we need, because we know that sedimentary layers kind of get amounted to, I think, about 1 inch per year. So when you wind out the clock backwards, you can see how many feet or foot of sedimentary layers have been laid on top. And that's how people, or the geologists and biologists, are able to calculate how long ago these animals lived. Also, when you look at the plate tectonics, right? There's been like different plants that were found in South Africa with South America, and at one point they found like pine cones and different plants that no longer exist. And we know how the plate tectonics are separating about 1 or 2 centimeters per year. So I would like to say that theists, before calling in and talking things that you don't understand, I think, you might as well do your homework, because really evolution is legitimate, and we do have ample evidence that validates it as a true science.
Well, I hope that the theists listen to one of their own camp for a minute. And I appreciate you saying all that, Waldemar. It was a welcome message.
Absolutely, man. And Forrest, for real, man, stay cool. It's been really nice talking to you. Hopefully I'll talk to you some other time, man.
I'm going to be incredibly stupid just because you said that. But thank you very much. That's very kind of you. And I hope you call back in sometime. We'll talk about God or something.
Yeah, maybe not. But thanks, man. Thank you. Have a good night.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
So it's really great to talk to you, but I'm just chopped liver over here.
You are. Fuck you.
I want to bring up something else here. The thing is, I have been offering for, 20 years or so, probably longer. I've been offering a challenge. So ever since I got online, ever since the days of Usenet, I've been offering believers that I will prove evolution even to your satisfaction. I won't do it by bombarding you with information until I overwhelm you. No, I'm going to try to reason with you by a Socratic method. I ask you questions, you ask me questions. We answer both of our questions. I will correct the misinformation. I'll be able to show that it is misinformation. I'll be able to show you what the correct information is, and I will keep it down to less than 24 mutual exchanges. So you ask me, I ask you. That's an exchange. We just do 24 times, and I should be able to have corrected everything by then. Every creationist, in my life, there's only been one exception. Every creationist flees from that challenge like cockroaches when you turn the light on. They know they're full of shit. They know that what they believe is not really true. That's why they don't accept the challenge. If they were sincere believers, if the truth mattered to them, they would want to test it. If somebody came to me and had proof of God, and very often people say that they have proof of God. Okay, what is it? I want to see.
I want to hear it.
Show it to me. And they do it. They try to make their best pitch, and then I can show them why it is a fundamental failure. Somebody called out the other day. He said the Cambrian explosion. That's when I asked him for his evidence of God. That was it. The Cambrian explosion. Sorry, your misunderstanding of a contradiction against your Bible is not evidence of your God. They don't understand it. But when I try to reason with them, they know right away that I really can produce the goods. One guy deleted his entire his own blog, when he realized that I was making sense. I know that only because when our discussion disappeared back in the 1990s or around about 2000. I started looking up the username for the guy I was talking to, and I found him in a chat elsewhere where he had explained to somebody else the reason he deleted it was because he realized I was making sense.
Nice.
That's how to lose an argument. But they will not accept the challenge. If the few times that they have, because it's happened maybe 8 times, in every single case, remember that said the requirement is you have to answer every direct question, right? Never answer one. Just vehemently refuse to answer anything. Change the subject, duck and dodge, blow out all kinds of obstructions and deflections and whatabouts and everything else, but don't answer the fucking question because it won't be 24 mutual exchanges. It'll be 2 and you're done because they know they're full of shit.
I love just reading through, going through basic, simple axioms of how evolution works and having someone unequivocally agree. Yes, this is the logical progression of things. This is what makes sense. Okay, so then that's you understand now how evolution works. Well, you're gonna turn an apple into a giraffe. That doesn't make any sense. It's fuck. We just get right back to just whatever talking point, whatever ridiculous straw man they heard on Kent Hovind that week, and it just sucks. So it's I hope that shows like this help. We didn't really get to take any evolution calls today. The lines are closed. We have 4 people waiting, but the lines are closed beyond that, and none of them are about evolution. But maybe someday we'll have a good challenge come in. Maybe someday we'll talk to somebody who's serious about it and wants to actually learn something.
I tried to goad all the people who hide behind their pseudo persona on Facebook, but no, their only bravado is in their anonymity and you know what I
anonymity. Yeah. You're drunk. We've got.
Excuse me.
Let's talk to Harry. Has been waiting for a little while here. Harry, pronouns he, him, calling in from massive apples. We're talking big fruit here. Who has a physical experience from prayer and wants to know if that's enough to keep believing. Harry, you're on the line with Forrest and Aron. How are you doing today?
Hey, Forrest, how's it going, buddy?
Going really well, man. How are you? Hello.
I'm doing good. I must admit, I'm pretty addicted to your guys' shows.
Hell yeah.
Hello. It's been very,
awesome.
very interesting. I am a little nervous, to be honest. I'll be honest with you.
Oh, you shouldn't be nervous at all. Aron is very kind, and I'm an idiot. So, like, you've got nothing to worry about here.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is what I'm. So, I've been listening to you guys, and I've been doing more, shall I say, critically thinking, and things have kind of certain. What's the word? Certain thoughts that I've never thought before has come to my mind, in regards to like supernatural and all that jazz. But I think back to years ago where I had an experience where I prayed really hard in a situation where I was in like kind of an anxiety state, I guess you can say, and then I felt like an overwhelming peace come over me, but it felt like a physical kind of thing. And I guess my question is, could that be related to something like almost like when they do studies on people who do meditation and their blood pressure goes down, because it's kind of more like a science, I don't want to say scientific, but more like just a physiological kind of reaction kind of thing, maybe, that your brain goes into or something?
Yeah, I would imagine. So, like, obviously I wasn't there and I didn't run any tests on you, but I do know for sure that kind of experience that you're talking about is something that can come about and has been known to come about through totally secular means. You get all the same elation and excitement and overwhelming feeling you get through powerful prayer when you're at a rock concert. You get all the same relaxing, calming, super at peace feelings. I've had that. One time I was high as all hell and just thinking about how wonderful the world is, and I got this immense, overwhelming calm that came over me, and I still remember. Sorry?
Forrest, I'm sorry, buddy. My kids are in the background making a lot of noise. I gotta go, buddy. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Harry. We'll talk about this off camera. You can listen to it later.
Bye.
Bye. Not off camera, off the call. Bia, just to answer the question, like, oh no, I'm still answering it because he had to go, but like, just really quickly, I remember being high and having the same kind of experience, and I wasn't religious then either. And so, like, what I think is really important for Harry is that he was saying, like, not a scientific thing, but like a physiological thing. That is scientific. It absolutely is. And I think you already answered your own question a little bit when you're talking about people who meditate and have the same experiences where they can calm their heart rate, lower their blood pressure, release endorphins, lower cortisol levels, all these things. What you're doing when you're in this powerful prayer state is you are just relaxing your body and deciding what you want your body to feel. It doesn't always work, but if you are strongly involved in it, it absolutely can. Aron, what are you thinking?
He was praying really hard. I'm wondering how hard do you have to pray for an infallible, omnipotent telepath to hear what you're saying? Right. And since it is an omnipotent, omniscient telepath, doesn't it already know whether it's going to answer you and what the answer is and what you're going to ask for if you're going to ask for it? Do you have to pray at all?
If you believe the Bible, then that is true.
But the thing is, the reason you pray is because you can't really believe in the magic imaginary friend if you don't talk to it. And then if you talk to it, it doesn't matter what crazy thing you believe in. If you talk to it long enough, it'll start talking back.
If you believe the Bible, that goes right in hand. In Matthew 6, when you pray, do not use vain repetitions like the heathens do, which that sounds an awful lot like, 6 Hail Marys and 5 Lord's Prayers and all these repeated prayers of like, but anyway, do not think that they shall be heard just because you are speaking so much. I love that. The language in this, do not think they shall be heard for their much speaking. I love that language. But to translate, don't think that God's going to hear you just because you say the shit again and again and again. But not ye therefore like unto them, for your Father knows what things you have need of before you even ask. After this manner, therefore, shall you pray. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. And it goes to the whole Lord's Prayer. And it says, that's your only prayer. Don't pray for what you want. God already knows what you want. Don't pray for what you need. God already knows what you need. Don't pray over and over. He's not going to hear you anymore if you pray a bunch of times. The one thing you need to say is, "Our Father who art in heaven, forgive us. Give us our daily bread. You're the one in charge." That's it. And it says to do it privately, secretly, in a closed room in your house with no one hearing you. And so, like that, yeah. I don't know, man. That's a whole other thing.
What does it say? Are the people that pray out where they can be seen? What does that passage describe them as?
That's also in Matthew 6. When you pray, do not pray like the hypocrites do. They love to pray standing in the street corners and in the synagogues, so that they can be seen by many men. I say unto you now, they have earned their reward. So they already have their reward. I'm translating it into English because this is the King James version, so it's old. When thou prayest, thou shalt not be as the hypocrites are, for they love to pray standing in the synagogues and in the corners of the streets, that they may be seen of men. Verily I say unto you, they have their reward. So yeah, don't go pray out in the streets. Don't repeat your prayers. Don't pray publicly. Don't go chanting in the you've already got all the reward you're going to get. If you do that, you have one prayer, and it's the Lord's Prayer, and you do it privately, secretly in your house where nobody can see you. That's what Jesus says to do in Matthew. Coincidentally, I believe it is in Matthew as well. It's either Matthew or Mark. I'm 99. No, it might be I'll have to look, but I know for sure what the text says. It's in one of the Gospels. I don't remember, but I can look it up after the show, or somebody will probably tell me in the chat. Jesus also says that if you ever go somewhere and you're preaching and proselytizing and the people there don't accept you and they don't want to hear what you're saying, that you are to leave so quickly you shake the dust from your feet on the way out. Their fate is already sealed. There's nothing else you can do. Jesus Christ says that if people don't want to receive your message, you are to kick the dust from your feet as you leave. Dust off you, and that's interpreted in a couple of different ways. Some people say leave so quickly you're kicking up the dust. Some people say, like, get the fuck out of there and clean your feet up. Don't even bring the dust from their house with you. Like, be completely rid of them. I can't remember which exact verse that is, but like that's I think important for the Christians who I see all the time, you know, all around like my comment sections and here in my place of Oklahoma, who go door to door and bang on people's houses and tell them, you have to believe what your God told you to leave me the fuck alone. I told you I'm not interested. You should have left by now. That's it. The fact that you're here is a problem. Matthew 10:14 and Luke 9:5, this person says, let me double check here. Matthew 10:14. I didn't want to go digging for it. Matthew 10:14. Yes, whosoever shall not receive you nor hear your words, when you depart from that house or that city, shake the dust off of your feet. Verily I say unto you, it shall be more tolerable for the land of Sodom and Gomorrah in the day of the judgment than for that city. So they say, they're already fucked. Leave them alone. Get out of there.
Yeah, because God so cared. God so loved the world that he told people to deliver a message and send his message only to the most questionable noobs he could find and tell them only ridiculous things to share that are not convincing to any rational person, and then accuse every rational person of being damnable because of it.
The very next, I hadn't highlighted that passage yet, but in the very next passage I had highlighted already, it says, behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Be ye therefore as wise as serpents and as harmless as doves. What beautiful poetic language for a motherfucking death cult.
But, you know, these people still pray in the streets or pray out, obviously, right? When I've done protests of different places, these people will come out and they'll pray in the streets just like the hypocrites. And I can quote Matthew 6 at them, and they don't recognize it because they've never read it. No. But they'll still come out and do all of the things that the Bible tells you not to do, right? Force these what is the word? Proselytizing. And then they come out and call me a fool, when the Bible again says that if you call somebody a fool, you've just damned yourself. So, they don't pay attention.
But the fool says in his heart, that's the thing you have to remember. The fool says in his heart that there is no God. The wise man says it out loud. With that, we're going to move on to John, no pronouns given, calling in from Original Hiccups. Original Hiccups. The fuck? Was Adam and Eve, the very first hiccups. I don't know what I'm saying. It's so stupid. Why? I don't know why. It's so stupid.
It was obese hamsters. He's calling in from obese hamsters.
That's, you know what? That's better. That's better than what I came up. I think I need to go to bed. We got John, who says that morality is subjective, but the subjective is structured. Let's talk about it. John, you're on the line with Forrest and Aron. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. Doing good.
Right on. So what do you mean? Morality is subjective, but the subjective is structured. What does that mean?
Well, I don't think people who say that morality is objective, that makes any sense. But I think that it's subjective, and that basically that there are some things that contradict existence itself, and that those decisions we think of as being bad, basically. And this isn't saying that you have to like follow it. I guess I'm just kind of describing what I think is real.
What do you mean by contradict existence itself? What does that mean?
So what kind of spurred this on for me was understanding when God reveals himself to Abraham, he says, "I am that I am." And that basically means my actions are consistent with my existence, basically. It means a lot, but that's like a simple way of understanding it for the purpose of our conversation.
Okay.
And basically, you know, if I like got up in the morning and I decided to do something bad, if I decided to be a psychopath, let's say, if I was like a cancer, that kills the very foundation of the thing that I'm standing on. So like a cancer wants to live, wants to bring in new material so it can grow itself. Ultimately, if it reaches its goal, it kills the very foundation that it's existing on, basically.
So I have a couple of issues with what you're saying. First of all, I don't want to be pedantic, but I feel like I need to understand further what you're meaning by cancer here. Like, are you equivocating? You're saying cancer the same way we would say like a virus or like any kind of like destructive pathogen. It needs a host to live, and by living it inevitably kills its host. And we're talking about something that can't be passed on. And so like that's kind of the summary of what you're saying.
Yeah, I would say the definition of cancer that I would use is basically something with like a small sense of self. And that, I know that sounds like it's like not very scientific. I've heard people use that phrase, and it seems to fit. And I think
sure.
That's right.
I don't want to get into the weeds of like, this is what cancer actually is, and this is how it works, and like this is why cancer doesn't really want it. It's just that would be pointless. So I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding the meaning of what you're trying to get at here, rather than digging into what cancer is. So, okay, then the other thing is when you talk about going against existence, it sounds like you're saying going against your own long-term survivability, not actual existence. Because like if I go out and I'm a sociopath and I go destroy civilization, that will inevitably hurt me in the long run, because it will destroy the society which I'm reliant on for the life that I am maintaining. But existence still exists, and even if I wipe out every living thing in the world's still here. So like, what do you mean by like anti-existence or whatever? Like, what are you getting at? Do you just mean going against your own best interests, or do you mean that literally? What are you getting at there?
Okay, well, your question partly depends on if you're a panpsychist or not, but let's just say we're not panpsychists, and that if you destroy like all biological life, there's no consciousness, or we'll just say all human life. Sure. I don't think that there is any existence without subjective, basically. I don't think that actually makes sense.
There's no existence without subjective experience?
Yeah. Does that sound crazy?
So that's what happens a lot.
Is that what he said?
It's potential at that point. It's just like math on a page. It's like it's in the same way a parallel universe doesn't exist. Like it has no effect or anything to do with me. Like when we imagine the objective world, it's always something like I'm picturing like the Big Bang, and it's something with like in size, in space, in time, and none of those things exist. Everything's all infinitely small. It's all infinitely big. It's all happening at the same time. It's just everything all the time, all at once. And I think everything all the time, all at once is the same as nothing, like technically. like static on a TV, kind of, basically.
Everything equals nothing.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm willing to entertain the rhetorical goal as much as I would love to dig into it, but like I don't think that's going to be important. Like you're basically giving this argument to risk straw manning it that like if a tree falls in the forest and there's no one around to hear it, it doesn't matter because there's no perception, and so therefore the tree may as well not exist at all. You're not saying the tree literally doesn't exist, or you're not saying like if everybody died today, the universe would actually genuinely cease existing. You're saying that it's meaningless because there's no one to quantify it, qualify it, personify it, make sense of it. Is that what you're getting at? Or are you saying that literally if everybody shuts their eyes, then the world disappears around them because there's no one perceiving the world?
I mean, that is a complicated question. I like the analogy you brought with the tree falling in the forest. I would say that, like, I mean, this is kind of hard to get. Like, if you're talking about a parallel universe where there's no subjective experience, or where that maybe even can exist, I think that by definition that doesn't exist. You know what I mean? Like the idea of an objective is only something that exists within the head of subjective creatures. It's not even that there's not nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing's nothing. You know what I mean?
Let me rephrase it to try to understand. I think I hear what you're saying, but I just want to be very clear because this is such a thing that it would be so stupid to argue about if we're not talking about the same thing. So, do you accept evolution?
Yeah, and actually, I would like to get into, like, based off that claim, I think that basically you can plant that seed and basically get an evolved moral system, and I think that the Bible actually...
That's fine, but like that's not... Just so I understand, you do accept evolution, so you understand that there was a time in Earth's history when there was no, like, conscious life at all.
So I think that we're going to get into a lot of things if we're going to, like, I think that consciousness is basically associated with, like, decision making, like we're going to go this way instead of that way, and we're going into territory that's very, like, kind of like neither of us are going to have firm answers here, but I think that, like, when I'm considering something like the zombie problem, it's like, okay, if you had a universe where everything was completely deterministic, I don't think that anything would be conscious. Like, I think consciousness exists by the fact that the universe is not completely...
None of this has to do with any of that. We're talking about, for the first about 2 billion years of life on Earth, all life was single cellular, right? And there are single-celled organisms that do have some degree of agency, like they have sense organs and things, but most don't. So if we're talking about, like, something really, really basic, just a simple bacteria with no brain, no sense organs, no even nucleus, just a thing that is a molecular machine that cranks out proteins and eats some basic stuff. It eats some glucose, it shits some carbon dioxide, and it just lives. Is that thing conscious or not?
I could say the exact same thing about you. You know what I mean? So I don't think that, like...
would prefer you to actually answer the question I'm asking.
No, okay, no, I do think it's... I'm using basically Occam's razor and saying that it's doing the, like, especially at a bacterial level, I would say that, I believe that bacteria are conscious, especially because I don't think that consciousness, like, if I say that you're conscious, what does that add to me?
So then there's no point in this part. So let's go back further. Life started 3.8 billion years ago on this planet. As far as we know, that's the most, remote we can push it. So let's go all the way back to 4 billion years ago. 4 billion years ago, this planet existed. As far as we know, there was no life on it. We were still during the Hadean bombardment. The entire planet was a molten hellscape. No life, as far as we know, could have possibly existed on Earth. Did Earth exist at this time,
though? Yeah, but honestly, we can just go back to the Big Bang. You know what I mean? We can just bring it.
I'm trying to get as close as I can to life. It's important that I'm doing this.
The Big Bang doesn't have anything to do with life.
Well, it's important because he's saying it's just to be clear, you're saying this stuff about how like consciousness is important for existence. And in order to try to suss out exactly what you mean, I'm trying to understand at a time when the Earth was here in the exact position that it's in now, but before life started, was there or was there not this planet?
Yeah, okay. And in order to answer your question, I'm even going to bring it back further just to the, like, when you have...
I don't want you to. I want you to talk about exactly what I'm talking about, and it's important, and I'll show you why in a second.
I think that basically what consciousness is basically it's what's determining what's happening. Basically, I know that.
Okay, I'm going to. I would like you to answer the question that I asked, which is: before any life started, was the Earth here?
Yeah, but I also think that there was consciousness. Basically, I'm a bit of a panpsychist.
Okay, so what was conscious before life started?
Basically, the entire universe, the entire visible universe, I think.
Okay, just a second ago, when I asked you something else, you said, for the sake of argument, we're going to say that we're not panpsychists. Now you're saying that you are a panpsychist and that the entire universe is conscious. So that means that if every single living thing in the universe were to perish and there was no more life in the universe, you would still say that the universe does exist because of whatever ethereal consciousness you believe in. Is that correct?
Yeah, the reason why I said it doesn't matter is because I didn't want to get into this part of the debate. I think that we can agree that we can just start off the point of, okay, some actions lead to the destruction of subjective experience as we know it. And we can have the conversation.
That's fine. I'm trying to hammer out whether or not you believe in the universe objectively existing outside of the perception of subjective indivials. That's what I'm trying to get to.
Okay, if there was a consciousness
statement, it was that morality is subjective, but the subjective is structured, because we're nowhere near that now.
No, I know. We could get there.
But I think we can just return this back to, okay, like if you want to know my thoughts, let's say that there was no life before any biological organism. Let's say there's no life before mammals. There's no consciousness. Let's say there's no consciousness before mammals. I would say that, like, I can use my mind to understand what was going on back then, but like that's really, in a weird sense, that's kind of just like a representation of what was happening, because there was no time, there was no color, there was no up, there was no down, there was no size, and so it's kind of just like I'm imposing my subjective identity and understanding on it, kind of.
So
what does that got?
I can understand the purely philosophical statement that things like color and time and size and whatnot are defined by humanity, and therefore without humans around, they aren't real. But at the end of the day, color is a description of a particular frequency range on the electromagnetic spectrum, and light still existed in these frequencies. So even though I wasn't there to perceive the color blue, the sky was still blue, right? It was still emitting that frequency.
Yeah, you can say it was still emitting that frequency, but I also think that blue is real. And I also think the up and down. But
right, you think that, but you just said that before humans, those things weren't real because there was no one around to perceive them. But what I'm telling you, I'm trying to get you to agree with, and just see if you do agree. Maybe you don't, right? This Coca-Cola can is red. If this Coca-Cola can were around 5 billion years ago, floating through space with no living things anywhere near it, the Earth hadn't formed yet, nothing, this would still reflect light in the wavelength of red. Therefore, even though no one had defined it as red yet, it would still be emitting the same wavelength. And that is an objective reality, right?
I think that, like, you trying to understand, like, wavelength in a time where there's no size, basically, like, I don't even know how you do that. You know what I mean? Because there's like your understanding of red wavelength is of a particular size. It's much bigger than the other ones, and like that's only a subjective thing you can understand. You know what I mean?
Okay, let's turn to that then. The Milky Way galaxy is bigger than the sun. Even before any conscious agents were around to define sizes, objectively, one was still bigger than the other because they were of different masses and took up different amounts of space, right?
I mean, I suppose, but like at the same time, they're all infinitely big.
Right.
And all infinitely. Why are you have to privilege one? You have to privilege one, and you're basically putting category boxes around two things. That's a subjective thing. That's not. I get what you're saying.
Why do you imagine that everything needs to be infinite if it's anything? And why would you imagine that everything equals nothing and therefore light equals dark?
Why do I think that everything equals nothing?
Yeah, because everything is not infinite, right? There are things of different sizes, and they're not all infinite. And you said that everything was happening at the same time. Again, it's not.
Okay, so when people are posing like the multiverse hypothesis, they're basically saying that there's a potential of everything, but that potential doesn't have an substantiation. It's nothing until one is actually specified and it comes into existence. That's the same thing.
But we're not talking about multiverses, and that's not what that means anyway. So why are you talking about this? I mean, the subject was morality is supposed to be subjective, but whatever. But we're nowhere near anything. I'd like to get
I don't
to the point
about this. Let's talk about the idea that something can destroy existence as far as subjective experience exists.
Okay, let's just change the subject from the one we were interested in talking about, the one you posted. Just change it. We just won't talk about that then.
Okay, we can talk about more specific things around evolution. I mean, honestly, I've had a lot of thoughts about what you guys have been talking about. I mean, even the idea that when you look at the bottom, you don't see a purpose seems crazy to me in a way, because it's like, well, you can kind of see that you're supposed to be standing a little bit. I mean,
you said that subjective is structured. Just break down those words for me.
So structured means it has particular characteristics. It's not just like everything. You know what I mean? It can be anything or whatever. And morality, I would say, is just like a system of behavior.
Okay. So the basis of your argument, just what you called in about, combining it with everything else I've heard, seems to be that we all have behaviors, and those behaviors are limited and constrained by whatever biological processes make up our existence. And so, because we are a reflection of the universe and are identifying and defining the universe through our subjective experience of the universe, therefore, our subjective experiences and understandings of morality and behaviors are ultimately a universal occurrence or experience. Is that the bridge that you're trying to build here? That's what I think I'm hearing, but I don't know if that's right.
I'm saying that, yeah, some behaviors lead to destruction, and it basically, like, as being a subjective being, some behaviors lead to the destruction of existence, or lead to the destruction of subjective existence. I'll preface that, which is basically kind of just contradicting, like, to the core, because you're basically serving something that doesn't exist. You're serving death in a way. Like, yeah, you're serving.
That's literally the definition of being an animal. In order to be an animal, in order to be alive, one of the 7 qualifications for being alive is energy conversion. And one of the defining factors of animals is that they achieve that energy conversion by eating other living things. Yep. You're either, heterotroph, you're eating plants, you're eating fungi, you're eating other animals, you're a heterotroph. Right?
Yeah.
So you would, by your definition, then, literally all animal existence is contradictory to the rest of nature.
No, not necessarily. So, I mean, this is gonna, like, this is what I'm saying. When I said it was like a seed that's planted, it means you can't just read it like one to one. And I actually was worried that when I would say this, a lot of people would be like, oh, well, that means that, like, gay people can't exist because they're not, like, propagating forward. And it's like, no, this is very complicated.
I don't know how anybody could get that from what you're saying.
Yep, me either. I'm wondering. I don't know how to take you seriously anymore.
You know what I mean? So
everything you've said so far has been such jumbled nonsense that I have to applaud Forrest's patience for listening to it.
It's very weird. Oh, and by the way, to the person in the chat who says detritivores, you are correct. Detritivores do exist, but detritus is ultimately dead organic material. It is dead stuff. And John here is saying that like all life is conscious, even down to the microbial level, bacteria, and so like everything that I would assume that counts. So like anything that kills anything is destroying a subjective experience and therefore is going against existence. And therefore is a contradiction, which is what you just said, John.
So I would say one time I was trying to figure out what separates humans from animals, and you can give your thoughts on this.
Nothing.
You can disagree.
We are animals.
There's
nothing.
Exactly.
But you understand of why we have an ethical system that treats humans differently than animals.
And
that's
animals
not really what's
that,
happening, but essentially I would.
So why are humans and animals both? Why are humans and all other animals, or most other animals, many other animals, ethical?
Why are animals ethical?
Yeah, why are animals
non-human
ethical?
animals specifically?
Because some ethics would like destroy themselves. You know what I mean? I think a lot of animals have like
would destroy
ethics,
themselves.
But basically,
You're going to
I
have
think
to say something that makes sense at some point.
I mean, okay, so when wolves are in a pack and they have a dispute, they'll basically, instead of just killing each other, they'll basically walk around in a circle and then determine like which one is bigger, and then the other one will lay down and present its throat, and the other one decides not to kill him and basically, pats him on the back, and then they go back to living. That's like a little moral structure of saying like we're not just going to like kill ourselves. So it's a very low level.
Generally, wolves do not go out of their way to kill each other. There is a dominance and submission thing, and when they realize they've achieved that, they stop because they have ethics. I have animals around me all the time that will not harm me if they don't want to. Because they have ethics, and we're not even talking about mammals now.
What I'm talking about evolved into ethics. So you can call it something else if you want.
Okay, now where do you get that morality is subjective? I want to know what both of these words mean. What does morality mean?
Can I go back to the question he asked me about eating animals? I think that's actually a good question. So I think that
Forrest, I'm done with this guy. You play with it. I'm
okay. I've got a little left in me.
Okay. I try. I won't use all your cognitive power.
Use my cognitive power. No, it's
being booted right there.
Yeah, it's not using my cognitive power. It's boring. You haven't said anything consistent or sensical, and it took me like fucking 10 minutes to get you to just like come to one basic thing that I was asking you about what consciousness is even extended to. And I'm just trying to give you your own fucking argument back to you, and you keep just deflecting to something else. It's not my cognitive power that's a problem here. It's your ability to string a coherent sentence together.
If you want to go back to the beginning of the universe thing, I think that consciousness is about decision making. I think it's what the determining factor in the universe.
You don't know what consciousness is. You don't know what morality is. You don't know what subjective is. You don't know what everything is, and you don't know what nothing is. You should say something that makes sense and is correct at some point. If you're going to make an argument, some of it has to be true.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm trying to be like as clear as I can with you guys, and I think I am. I think there's just a big information or understanding gap. I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just for a second. Pretend like what you said just then makes any sense. If you're having this hard of a time explaining the basics of this concept, then either you don't understand it yourself or you are not the person who should be explaining it. What Aron just said, I think, is absolutely accurate. You are not even, it's not even that you don't understand what consciousness is. You are inconsistent with your own explanation and definition of consciousness in just this call. So, like, how are we supposed to keep up with whatever weird shit you're saying when you can't give straight answers to the questions that I'm trying to ask you, nor can you give consistent definitions of the things you're talking about?
I've been consistent on my definition of consciousness. What I've been saying is that, like, let's not have a debate about consciousnness.
You have not, because you said that consciousness fundamentally boils down to decision making, and then you extended it to the entire universe. What decisions did Pluto make today, John?
So well, the whole universe is indeterministic, but there's in some way it's getting a direction. Now, like Pluto obviously is a very deterministic system, but like not ultimately. No.
Forrest,
demonstrate literally any of that. Yeah, what are you thinking, Aron?
We have two other callers in queue, and this guy needs to go through special testing on a Rorschach. Okay, let him go seek the help he needs, and let's talk to somebody else.
Yeah, it's given weird, man. Like, John, if you ever want to try talking again, I'd take your call, but like you need to actually like answer the questions that we're asking and not just jump to whatever weird explanation you have for whatever. And if you're going to say something as weird as that, you need to actually be able to defend it. So far, this has given us nothing. So I'm kind of bored of it.
You just say it's like a flame.
We've talked about it several times during this show, and I've already wasted 25 minutes on this call just trying to get you to answer a straight question. I'm bored of it. It's done for me, and I think Aron's tired of it. He's my co-host. I'm gonna respect his decision as well. So we're gonna move on, John. But I don't know. I don't know what to say about any of the things you said because you didn't say anything meaningful. Have a good rest of your night. We've got one more theist caller and one atheist caller left. Let's talk to, is it Sela? I think it's Sela. Pronouns either she or her or they. Who is calling all the way from the, what?
I think it's Celia.
I think it is Celia. Calling all the way from the frozen wasteland of Canada, who says that she has thanatophobia as a Hellenic polytheist. Thanatophobia, I'm going to tell you, is a word that I've never seen written out before, but Thanatos is the Greek god, or the Greek word of death, or god of death, I think it was. Thanatos was all, and so thanatophobia is a fear of death, and wants to talk about that. Celia, you're on the line with Forrest and Aron. How are you doing today?
I am doing okay. I'm very tired. I'm at school. Yeah. But how are you guys doing?
I'm doing great, yo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am so excited about John. John, that was intense. Also, I want to say I'm a huge fan of you, Forrest.
I would have talked to John for a lot longer if he had been able to behave himself, but I don't think it was going to go anywhere. I don't know, man.
I think he wanted it not to go anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what are you talking about?
I'm keen to your issue, and I want to hear you express it. I just want to preface before you do that I am not afraid of death. The caveat is it's how you get dead. That can be bad, because very often there's an awful lot of extreme pain and other things associated with that. Even if it's not extremely painful or what have you, did I finish my business? Are people going to be able to manage without me? Did I leave the stove on? I mean, just all kinds of things you would have to think about like that, right? But otherwise, just being dead, oblivion, not having a concept of the passage of time, not having a thought or memory or consciousness, anything. I am convinced that when we die, everything that was once you, all your memories, your personality, and all of that is reduced to a few dozen pounds of ape meat going bad. You don't think or feel or remember anything. It's exactly like before you were born. So I don't understand why it is that Christians are not afraid of dying. They're afraid of being dead. Being dead is nothing. As Mark Twain put it, I was dead for billions of years and had not suffered before I was born and had not suffered the slightest inconvenience from it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I'm more scared of how it's going to feel as I'm dying. I know that the brain releases endorphins as you're dying to help numb the pain, but it's still scary to think about. I'm only 20, and I still have a lot I want to do to hopefully make this world a better place and hopefully leave it better than I had it.
Did you say that you were only 20? Did I hear that right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm 62. I'm a hell of a lot closer to the statistical death than you are. And I can tell you that from my perspective, and from a few others I know, the older you get, the closer to death that you get, the less afraid of it you are. Although when I was in my 20s, I thought I was indestructible, because I guess in your 20s, you are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just terrifying to think about, like, the feelings that you have as you die. And
yeah,
in my faith, I know that there are 3 places that one can go, as the 3 judges determine in my faith, but they'll determine on if they agree with each other. But sometimes I wonder if I'm wrong.
Tell me what you think happens at death.
Well, I think that as you die, your body obviously starts to shut down, and all of your senses start to numb, and they start to become less and less, like, sensitive to input, and then after death, Thanatos or any of the gods involved with death come and bring you to the gates of the underworld, and Sharon takes you across the river Styx to be judged by Rhadamanthus, Minos, and Aeacus.
Okay, let me just jump in there for a moment, because it would be hypocritical of me to listen to that and not jump in with the correction that I would give if I were talking to a Muslim or a Christian.
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
There are no gods. We don't have souls, and therefore there cannot be an afterlife. And it's not just that we don't have evidence of souls exactly where it would be if such things were real. It's that we have substantial evidence against souls. So when you die, you do not go anywhere. You just shut off. And that's it.
Yeah, I'm not scared of the concept of being dead. Like, I know I'm probably wrong about my faith, but I'm more scared of the actual process of everything shutting down. But I mean,
it's bizarre. It's bizarre to think about. Talking about after death. We can argue whether or not your gods exist and whether or not this afterlife exists. Socrates said that if there is an afterlife, then he has nothing to be afraid of, because he'll get to experience that and deal with that when he gets there. And if there isn't an afterlife, then that's great. He could use the rest. As far as the process of dying, as far as the event of dying is concerned, the actual moment of dying, it's bizarre to consider the fact that second, that instant, that very moment in time when you turn off, when you shut your eyes, that instant is identical to the rest of eternity from your perspective. But in that way, it's no different than what Aron said earlier with the Mark Twain quote, that was the exact same thing of eternity before your birth up to the very moment that you were born. There was the exact same amount of perception going on there. So really it does boil down to the process of dying. And that is something that we can all reasonably be afraid of. We want it to be pleasant. We don't know what it's going to be like. We want it to be peaceful. We want it to be, non-painful. But ultimately you have no more control over that than you do over how you get to work tomorrow. Maybe you'll get in a wreck. Maybe there'll be raining. Maybe your car will skid on some ice. Maybe you'll get a flat tire. You don't know if it's going to be a pleasant commute or a non-pleasant commute, or if it's going to be arduous or tedious, or if your radio is going to go out or your air conditioner is going to work, or what. You just have to hope for the best. And that's kind of the way that I see it with death as well. I ultimately can try my best to die well, but I don't know if it's going to happen. And I'm not going to waste any part of my life trying to avoid a bad death any more than what would keep me healthy otherwise. I don't want to die with dementia or cancer or whatever like that. So I avoid carcinogens. I try to exercise and I try to eat okay. And I keep learning and I keep studying and I keep growing. And like, those are all things that are great for abating what I would consider a bad death, but they're not guarantees. So I would just do your best to enjoy the life that you have. If there is an afterlife, tell me about it. But if not, like, we're all going to be okay without it, just the same we were before we were born. I don't think you have much to worry about, Celia. I think that this is just a very freaky thing to think about, and you're getting caught up in the freaky rather than exploring it.
The idea of an eternity, the idea that you live this life for 25 years and you have a car wreck, whatever, get run over by a train, whatever it is. And, or if you live to my age or beyond, whatever it is, less than a century. And then you get to spend eternity in some afterlife form, whatever the fuck it is. The notion that we have this brief moment that the match is lit for that moment, and then it's out forever after that. I mean, forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. And you're just supposed to be the you that you were for that flash, and now you're what you're sitting someplace in some form of heaven or reincarnation or whatever the fuck it is, but you're still preserved as you some way. That's an absurdity. There's no reason for it except our own fear and vanity.
Yeah, I do have one more question regarding death and life itself. Do you believe that it could be possible to preserve human life beyond its natural limits, like biological immortality, like taking the genes that help like keep the telomeres in the end of the immortal jellyfish's chromosome from degrading? Like, if we could use that through CRISPR and add it to living people, prevent us from dying, or if there's like any other like reasonable or realistic means.
Yeah, if I had been born a century before I was, I would have been dead before now from half a dozen different causes. They didn't have tetanus shots, I would have died of that. There's a handful of other things that happened that would have killed me a century ago that wouldn't kill me now. People have managed to artificially prolong their lives, to survive diseases that it wasn't possible to survive before. And there's ways of prolonging your life artificially for quite a long time. But then at some point, you have to come to the realization that my father did. They told him that you have this condition. You're going to die in days. With 3 days from now, you're going to be dead. And there's nothing anybody can do to stop it unless we put you in an iron lung. If we put you in an iron lung, you'll never be able to leave the iron lung ever. But you'll be alive, and we can keep you alive indefinitely. And my dad said, okay, die imminently, like maybe tomorrow, or live indefinitely in an iron lung. He said, the iron lung is not living. He chose to die. And I love the way that he came to that decision. And he faced it fearlessly in a room surrounded by everybody who ever loved him. So that there's that. Who gets that good a death?
Yeah, I would say, like, there's, even if we could artificially extend our lives, elongate our telomeres perpetually and whatever else, that would only prevent from one kind of death. There's no biomedical miracle that's going to prevent you from being eaten by sharks or run over by an elevator or drown in a sea of spiders or any of the other weird ways that humans have been known to die from time to time. It would just prevent aging kind of death. And even then, who knows what other issues we would come up with along the way. If you live forever, like, even if you could guarantee death, the death would never take you. Well, then fuck, there's a 100% guaranteed chance you're going to get stuck somewhere. You're going to get wedged in a weird thing. That's like a very narrow chance when you're alive for a limited amount of time. But if it's forever, you're going to get wedged in a thing and you're just going to be there for eternity. And that's awful. It's just like, at the end of the day, you can prevent this kind of death and that kind of death and the other kind of death, as we have with smallpox and polio and all these other things. We've fought off Thanatos at every turn, but he's always around the next corner. And for me, I look at it a little bit more like Leonardo da Vinci. He said that after a hard day's work, you fill your day and like really, really, have a really busy day of doing good things, then the sleep that you have is just, he called it blessed. It is this blessed sleep that comes upon you when you have a nice full day. And similarly, if you have a great full life, then you will have a blessed death as well. And that's how I see it, is that like, I know what it feels like to work until you're sore on something that you really care about and lay down feeling proud of yourself and have just an awesome night, just happy and satisfied. And I feel like if you can fill your life with enough joy and great people and great experiences and wonder and love, no matter what situation you're in, this is not a money thing. This is an experience and a care and a compassion and an emotional thing. Then I think that you would face death the same way, potentially. I hope to. That's the way that I would see it.
I just want to add one last thing. Imagine that some religious perspective is correct, and you when you die, you don't really die. That you go through all of the pain and the terror and all of that we would all like to avoid, because no religion saves you from that. Every Christian still ends up, clutching their chest, going, trying, gasping for that last breath. So they all experience the bad part of that.
Mm-hmm.
But then when you're supposed to get that rest, you don't. You wake up in some place. Well, now you're just sitting on a cloud or strumming a harp or having to praise God forever and ever and ever. Now you're stuck in the house of little Anthony Fremont from the Twilight Zone. You have to be thinking nice thoughts. He's telepathic, and you can never escape by any means ever. It doesn't matter what kind of version of heaven you imagine. You can imagine the most wonderful, blissful kind of a thing, but it's forever. And there's no way to continuously exceed, because you can only go so far. There's only so many things you can do. At some point, you've done everything. You've been everywhere. Whatever. And at just some point, you just want to let it end, and you can't. Because when you're in heaven, you can't even get out by committing suicide. And wouldn't you consider it? How afraid of death would you be then?
I would probably crave it after an eternal existence. Also, I'm sorry to hear about your father. I'm glad that you had the choice to make. And of course, what you said was beautiful about how. I'm sorry, my memory is really bad right now. But
the good news is the show's recorded.
Yeah, I can look back. I always do. I love watching the show. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear about your father, Aron.
Everybody goes. He got a better death than most.
I'm glad he got to choose, which most people never get to choose.
Yep.
Anyway, Sela, I hope this helps in some way. And if we missed something or something else you want to talk about, call us back sometime. We would love to talk to you. I hope this was at least a little bit useful to you.
Yeah, this definitely helped a lot. Also, I want to say before I go, I really love your channel, Forrest. I adore the bacteria and the light of evolution. It's helping me to learn more about biology and evolution so that I could potentially switch my major in college to biology. And
hell yeah.
Also, I do want to let you know that I'm still in the Patreon Discord, even though I haven't been able to pay for it, and I'm still in the credits on your videos. Just want to let you know so that you can remove me, because I don't want to.
That's okay. I am never on my Patreon Discord. You just get access when you become a patron, and I have no idea when or if it's ever taken away. I have mods there. I'm sure they're doing something. I never show up. I don't know what's going. It's probably a madhouse in there. I hired somebody to structure it. I paid some Gen Z person some good money to structure it and make it. But I was like, I need you to make sure that the main focus of this Discord server is muffins. And I don't care what else is on there. Make it about muffins. And she did. And so, like, there's a board called like Muffin Madness, and like there's a board where you can talk about muffins, and there's a board where I encourage everybody to talk about the muffins that they've had recently, and like if you have a picture of a muffin that you want to share, that's what, and the whole thing. And I never fucking show up. My job on the internet is to make adequate and reasonable things as stupid as fucking possible and try to make a career out of it. That's what I've been doing for years. So enjoy the Muffin Discord as much as you can, Celia. I won't be there to know the difference.
Yeah, I love the Muffin Discord. I hope that my call was better than John's, because that was a shit show.
It's literally at the airport, someone coughed in my face recently, and it was better than John's call. Thank you, Celia. I appreciate you calling in. I hope that you have an awesome rest of your day, and I hope we're helpful.
Thank you. You too.
Bye.
Well, there's another person who just praises the shit out of your channel and just completely ignores mine. That's what happens when I get put next to a guy with charisma. Why can't they cast me to co-host with the most repugnant ass in the atheist movement? Oh wait, that's me.
I don't think that Jimmy's available. But we have one more person who was waiting for a long time, and then their call got dropped, and we tried to bring them back, and they're in the screening room. I think they're in the screening room now. I'm just going to wait for a minute and just see if this is this person and if we can get them in here, because I saw in the chat. I saw in the chat somebody said, oh, yes, here we go. This person was waiting for a long time. AJ, pronouns he, her, she, her, pardon me, calling in from urinary tract. AJ, you're on the line with Forrest and Aron. How you doing today?
Hello, I'm doing good. I panicked for a moment there because the call dropped, and anyway.
Glad to have you around.
Thank you. Really quickly, I first just wanted to start by saying thank you to you and Aron and everyone. I'm going to get emotional. I'm sorry. But thank you to everyone at the line, because, oh my gosh, I'm sorry.
You're okay.
I just wanted to, so I deconstructed and stepped away from religion independently on my own. And after doing that,
congratulations.
Thank you. But it was really challenging emotionally and socially, because, like I lost all my paradigms shattered, and then I lost my social group. And so,
yeah,
and, it was really isolating, and finding the line and listening to all of you different hosts defend your stances and defending the validity of not believing in God was, I'm sorry. It was just really healing, and it helped me to not feel so isolated. So I just wanted to say thank you so much for all of the work that you do, because at least for me, it really made a difference, and had a positive impact. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. And that is a super common experience, and I'm so fucking happy to hear that you found some sense of community and sanity, and you don't feel you're so isolated like that. That's huge. That's exactly what we're going for. So thank you so much for telling us that, and congratulations to you.
Thank you. So I appreciate it. Thank you. So I wanted to call in because specifically I have been struggling to find, so I was born and indoctrinated in a high demand religion. My parents were very, very strictly Orthodox. Essentially, so for some people in this religion, being in it is not a cult-like experience. For me, with my family system and everything, my experience within the church was extremely cult-like. And so I'm the first of my family to leave. And everyone around me, like, against my clearly, calmly communicated wishes, all of my family is actively, continually trying to indoctrinate my children against my will. On top of that, like, I mean, I've gone low contact with most of my family, which is part of why it's so lonely. Like, I have no one, and that's horrible. But on top of that, my kids' school, like, I live in Utah. Guess what I deconstructed from? But I'm in a highly theocratic area, and even just at school, just my kids going to regular public school, all of their teachers are part of the religion I left. And even though it's public school and it's supposed to be separated, there's so much religious priming that's going on without my consent and without my ability to protect my kids from it. And it's really distressing. And I want my kids to be able to learn without that dogma getting tied into it. And I just don't know where to go to get, like, for myself. I understand now and have learned how to think critically and find information and compare sources and that sort. Like, I know how to do that as an adult, but my children who cannot consent to what they're being indoctrinated in, they, like, I don't know where to go to find age-appropriate, accurate science and age-appropriate, accurate history and that sort of thing. Because, like I said, I know where to go to find it for adults, but I don't know where to go to find it for a 9-year-old in a way that, like, my children will understand. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And it's been really distressing. I've actually tried a couple times calling in specifically to ask somebody on the team, like, what are some good resources? Where can I go? Because I don't know how to protect my kids.
First of all, I fully understand what you're up against. I live in Texas. I live in an area where it's so frustrating to try to speak to people just in random out on the street, because you very quickly find out that everybody is seemingly insane. That's the way it sounds to me. It's like like I live in a zombie apocalypse, but you don't really know who the zombies are until you talk to them for a minute. But where you are, American Atheists has a state director. I would like to recommend Dan Ellis. He should be able to put you in touch with some of the local groups. Are you in one of the major cities, Salt Lake, perhaps?
Yep. I'm right outside Salt Lake.
Yeah, we had an American Atheist National Convention in Salt Lake some years ago, and that was a fun thing to do, to tour the temple in an atheist convention. That was hilarious. I'm just quick look on
sorry,
Facebook.
You had to
Utah.
go in there.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't allowed in.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
oh, gotcha. No.
But it was
fun
to show up and have all of these people that were summoned because we arrived, right? We're just showing up and looking around. All of a sudden, we have these people who were sent there to misdirect us. That's the way I felt about it. They were giving us a tour to look around.
That happened. I'm sure that happened.
Yeah, and I showed up. I probably wasn't inconspicuous, as I showed up in a leather kilt and huge biker boots.
Mm-hmm. So Dan Ellis and the American. What was that? I'm sorry.
I said it felt appropriate to visit the Mormon temple that way.
Oh, yeah. It's a whole thing.
Online,
it's wild being in a cult. It's wild being in a cult.
online you do have resources, even with people that don't live in your immediate area, but there are people that can connect you to real life people that are in your area that you can meet with and just, go out and local meetup groups and whatever, just to hang out with. You can establish, because you told me you lost everybody. And I know people like that. I know people here in Texas that when they say, you know what, I don't think I believe this anymore, they immediately lose everything, their job, their family, their elders, their children, everything.
Yeah. Well, and my kids, even like, what breaks my heart even more is like, even my sweet little kids that don't know any of this stuff, they're getting bullied at school because they're not Mormon. It's ridiculous.
As someone who lived through that, I can tell you it sucks, but it definitely will. It is an inoculation against falling into cult-like thinking later on in life. I've got a couple of things here that I think might be helpful. The first one is the best one. I'm going to put these in the chat. Can you? I know you can see the chat because I think you sent us some stuff a little while ago. But here, holy fuck! So I'm sorry. Just want to say A15 in the fucking chat that just got muted, who said that if evolution was a theory, a fact, it would not be labeled as a theory. You had hours to call in. And we could have told you why that's dumb as all fuck. God damn.
Yeah, but they deliberately did not call because they knew it was dumb as all fuck. They knew he would say that. They knew he'd be right.
Sorry, I'm trying to send you stuff in the chat, right. AJ, and I just saw that and I'm losing my mind. Okay, so here's the first thing I'm going to send you. This is a link to the National Science Teachers Association. This is science resources for parents. And so they've got it broken down into 3 sets. You can go through elementary, K through 5, middle school, 6 through 9, or high school, 9 through 12. If you click on any of these ones, you're going to find like a bunch of resources. They have lesson plans, they have journals, they have books, they have all sorts of different resources that you can download. I'm pretty sure these are all, except for the books you probably have to pay for, but like most of this shit's free. And so you can go through here and you can find cool curricula that you can use. They have this elementary school journal, Science and Children. I think this is something you have to pay for. Let me see here. What about this lesson plans? Let's get this lesson plan about how can we predict and measure weather conditions. That looks cool. Do you have to pay for this? I don't know if you do. It doesn't look like it. If you have to pay for it, I guess pick and choose, but I don't think you do. Click to download the PDF. Okay. Yes. Let me download this PDF and see if it's a free thing. I want to make sure that I'm not giving you shit that you have to pay at least too much for. In lesson plan, blah, 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 blah. Where are you? Yeah, this is a free thing. Anyway, there's that one. I would trust these guys a lot. Here's something that I know for sure is a lot more free. I just found this a minute ago, so I can't vouch for it too much, but I know the owner of this did a TED Talk, and you can look into who they are and everything. This is Science Journal for Kids.org, putting that there. These are apparently scientific articles that are written for kids and teenagers, but actually like written by scientists and fact-checked by scientists. And when I scroll through here, like I said, I haven't seen this before, so I can't say for sure. I can't speak to the validity of all of this, but I can say if I go here and I go to the About section and the everything, they have a TED Talk by the person who started it. They're a nonprofit. There's nothing in here that appears to be religious in any way. So I would check these guys out and see if they have something that you can use. Here is another one. This is pbs.org, PBS Kids for Parents. And this is their science section where, again, you pick your child's age. It looks like this one goes up to age 8, maybe. But if you're in Utah, I'm sure some of this will be useful. And you go to a subtopic, and it's age-appropriate science lessons that you can use there. And here's one more. Here's National Geographic that does the same. These are going to be ones that are already age-appropriate, pre-built lesson plans that you can work with. I also want to give you LibreTexts. So here's LibreText.org. These are free college level textbooks. I'm also going to give you OpenStax. openstacks.org here /subjects. Ooh. So here's all the different subjects that they offer at OpenStax. These are also free college level resources. And they're absolutely free PDF of the entire fucking textbook, or you can buy the textbook for like $40. This is a psychology textbook that I bought from OpenStax for $40 on Amazon. And so like you can either buy them or use them for free online. And these are college level, but they are still introductory. So you can go through, get one of these free textbooks, you can read the chapter, and you can decide what you want to pass on to your kids in like a homeschool situation. I would strongly recommend that. Not only does it be a more quality time with the family, but also you're making sure that you're breaking this down in a way that makes sense to them. And then finally, I would look into your local like children's if you have any children's science museum or anything like that around you that you can go to, or any museum that you can go through and find a curator or a docent or somebody that museum education is hugely important for that age group. And good museum educators, I can't keynote on good museum educators, are trained to be able to put a lesson plan into any age group that they can understand it. So like, I would encourage you to just look for like local resources like that as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Cause I'm in spite of having been raised very, very strictly Orthodox, I've always had kind of an emotional, I've felt like an emotional attachment to science in general because my grandpa was a high school science teacher, and partly that's where some of my like fear is stemming from, because I loved science because I loved science because I love to learn and I'm very naturally curious, but also I loved my grandpa. But my grandpa was also highly, highly Orthodox, and he taught me how to see all of that through a lens that was highly religious. And so that's why it took me 30 years to start actually questioning the things that I didn't understand, because I already thought I did understand them. And that's what I'm scared of for my kids, is that they're being given information in a very primed, very coded way, so that like in the future, if someone, again, because everyone around me is active, like all of my family are actively trying to indoctrinate my kids. And so my fear is that like when they're teenagers or when they're starting to get older, a family member is going to say something that does fit into the very like religiously coded science that they've been given. I mean, it keeps me up at night because I want my kids to be able to choose what they believe, and I want them to know how to think critically. And since that's something that I have had to like learn on the fly, I don't feel adequate to teach them how. And I don't know where to go.
I think I know that. Thank you. I know that each of my children, from our blended situation, I have my own biological children. I've raised a couple of other kids too, and all of them ultimately became atheists. And I didn't teach them to be atheist. What I did with my own biological two children, my daughter asked me once upon a time, when she was like 7, and I was quite a bit younger at the time. She said, this was like 30 years ago. She said, "What's the true religion?" And I said, "There isn't one. Everybody's wrong, including me." Which the funny thing about that was, at the time, I was a neo-pagan spiritualist. I was wrong. So I was right about being wrong.
Yeah.
And then many years later, I would leave my son with my mom to watch him while I'm at work. And then I find out that she's forcing him to watch Jesus cartoons, Mormon Jesus cartoons. So I know exactly what you're there. And then when I found out about that, I was livid. But of course, there's no way you can explain something to somebody who doesn't believe in. But my son, I think he was 5. he wanted to ask me a question. He said, I got a question. So he made sure that there was nobody. He checked down the hall. He made sure that we are alone. Nobody else can hear what he's going to ask me. He says, how does God just make stuff? And I knew that he needed a different answer than my daughter did. So I leaned in and I whispered, he didn't. And a wave of relief washed over his head. Now, the other kids that I've raised, all of them eventually became atheist at some point. Just because religious indoctrination often fails, especially now.
Yeah.
Young people have smart people, I have kids that have advanced degrees, that are science minded. They know.
Yeah.
At some point they come to realize that, if what we've been fed has been complete bullshit our entire lives, I'm not listening to this anymore.
Yeah.
And that's going to happen for at least some of your kids, if not all of them.
Right.
I would also throw out, like, I'm sorry, I would also throw out, like, if you're worried about your kids getting these seeds planted in their head that someday will be activated by some other thing, you don't have to teach your kids to be atheist. You have to teach your kids to be critical thinkers. And if you teach them good critical thinking skills, I'm just saying, if you teach your kids good critical thinking skills and you teach them how to probe and ask questions, you don't have to worry about any of that. They will sort through that shit on their own.
Yeah. My biggest thing is just that, like, I was never given a choice. I want my kids to have a choice to formulate their beliefs for themselves. I want to give them that because it's something I never had. And I want to protect them from others' influence. I want them to be able to do that without being influenced by people that very much want to take that choice away from them. I mean, this past Christmas, my mom gave my children, like, these hand embroidered, very, very Mormon gifts that she handmade for them that I couldn't give to my kid. Like, it was just awful all around because I hurt her feelings, but she couldn't understand why I said no to this gift.
Yeah.
When, like, she was already, sorry, I don't mean to air all of my family, whatever, but
that, like, fucking sucks.
That sort of thing.
I get it.
Yeah. And then, like, she told me after that I'm a selfish mother and that I need to think about, I want to protect them from all of that shame. Yeah. I want to protect them so that they can be their own people.
You know what?
I don't want to
I think no, and I understand that fucking sucks. I really do. Trust me, I get it. I think you need to decide, and I'm gonna say this, and you're gonna be like, yeah, fucking duh. But, like, I think when you're in that situation, you need to decide whose feelings and whose comfort you're really trying to protect more. Is it your kids or your mom? If your mom can't understand the boundary,
it's my kids.
Damn right. If your mom can't understand this boundary that you're setting, then maybe you need to have a serious fucking talk with your mom, or decide how much your mom is involved in your or your children's life. At the end of the day, yes, that conversation with your mom is going to be very uncomfortable, but your kids come first and they're more important. So it sounds like you're already there.
Absolutely.
So I want to tell you, like, it sounds like you already agree with me.
That's why I'm getting so emotional. That's why I'm getting so emotional.
I fully understand.
It sucks, but it does. It really sucks.
I've lived through what you're going through right now. I don't always have that bond of familiarity with every caller, but in your case, yes, I've been there.
I also have for you, by the way, while Aron was rambling incoherently, I was also looking up more stuff, and I found this. This is the NASA.gov. This is their learning resource for students. Here's SaveTheChildren.org. Save the Children's an amazing charity that I'm happy to be friends with, and they have this whole thing of free educational websites and apps for kids. Here's Freedom from Religion Foundation. They have children's books to introduce secularist and humanist ideas. And also, here's this guy. This is completely out of fucking left field, yo. But he was an influence on me back when I used to work at a children's science museum. I was a curriculum designer and all sorts of stuff. And this guy's really cool. His name is Arvind Gupta, and he made this website called Toys from Trash. And there's just a billion fucking lesson plans on here. Little things you can just take old toilet paper rolls and plastic cups and straws and pieces of shit that you find in the trashes, and it says it's not the best thing a child can do with a toy is break it, because if you break the toy apart, you can make new toys out of it. And there's a bunch of stuff in here, just cool things that you can learn, really cool science lessons. There's biology lessons and astronomy lessons and electricity and magnetism and math and all sorts of stuff, toys that you can make from recyclable. That was a big thing at the museum that I worked for. We were big into recycling and big into recyclable materials, and so we wanted as many times as possible for our lesson plans to be made from recycled stuff. And so this was a big thing that I used to make lesson plans, like how can we teach about oil pipelines and fluid dynamics using straws and paper clips and glue and Coke bottles and shit. So this guy right here, awesome website.
Thank you.
No worries.
So
check
much.
that guy out. He's really cool.
Thank you. I will.
Yeah. And if you need anything else, always feel free to call us. I hope we can pass on some resources. If anything, we can give you room to vent. We're here for you, dude. And we want you to be okay. And you're doing a great job for your kids, especially knowing how much this is hitting you and how hard this is for you and how stressful this is for you. Fucking kudos to you for putting in that much effort and that much hard work and putting yourself out there that much for the good of your kids. Holy shit, should we all be so lucky to have parents like that.
Thank you.
We not
did,
just on this show. I mean, you know how to reach out to both of them.
I
right?
had I mean, on the line. that's
Well, I don't know what the young kids like Forrest are doing, but you can find me on Facebook pretty easy.
Okay, thank you.
I'll be happy to help if I can.
It's been real hard. After Christmas, like at the beginning of this year, I sat down with my mom and I had a real hard conversation that she did not like, and I mean I didn't like it either, but I had to say, look, for 2 years, I've been telling you, please don't do this, and you're ignoring it. And so at this point, you're not allowed to see my kids anymore. And you can only talk to me if I initiate the conversations, because that is where we're at. And it was awful, and it hurt so bad. And, it's weird.
Nobody
it's
should
weird
have to go.
to, like, be a grown-up, but feel like an orphan.
Right,
dude. Yeah, believe you me, I understand that feeling. I think Aron, you probably do too. But like, that sentence in particular, I get it. And nobody should have to go through that. There's a lot that I don't talk about publicly, but I don't have any family on my side. I've got my wife's family, and that's not because they died. Dude, I get it, and I'm here for you. And I want you to know, nobody should have to feel the way that you feel. I've felt it, and maybe not in the same way, because I don't have children and I've not had to make that exact choice for that exact reason. But like that decision to cut people out and to move on in a painful way, dude, been there. And I can tell you that at the end of the day, the freedom is worth it, and it hurts, and it's no fucking fun, but your kids are worth it. You're worth it. Your family is worth it. You're worth it. I want to say that again, because you're a mom and you're not going to hear it the first time. And you need to absolutely feel that you did the right thing, and you need to feel secure in that. You don't need to be worried about, am I a good daughter? Is my mom mad? Is this, that, did fucking, who comes first? Your kids and you. you put your oxygen mask on first, right? So you come first, your kids come first.
Yeah.
Literally everybody else in the entire world, no matter how close they are, no matter who's they're related to who, can fuck all of the way off if they're going to get in the way of what you know is right for you and your family. So I support you. And I think everybody else in the chat supports you. You've got some amazing love coming in from the chat. I hope you pay attention to that while you're looking for the links that I sent you. Read everybody in between talking about how amazing you are and how much they support you. You're doing the right thing, AJ. And I believe in you, and I think you're going to be great. I think you're going to do just fine past this.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. To quote my Mormon upbringing, I swore I wasn't going to cry.
I just turned those emotions off. Why are they still here?
Yeah, exactly. Well, thank you very much for your time and for getting me back on after I got disconnected. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for calling back
Thank
in.
you.
Seriously, I'm really glad we got a chance to take this call. I really hope it helped, and we hope to talk to you again sometime.
We're still available after this call. There's ways to reach out to both of us, to other communities that we endorse.
For sure. For sure.
Thank you.
Anyway, take care of yourself, AJ. I appreciate you. You're doing great. Have an awesome rest of your night.
You too. Good night.
Biggity bye. What a cool person.
Yep. And I totally empathize with that situation. So been there over and over again.
Yep.
So is it
hard.
now time to read the special messages?
I'm going to be honest with you. I fucking forgot we were doing that. So yeah, let's read the special messages. Fuck. Let me put the producer chat over there and put my stupid face over here to cover myself up. Okay, we got $5 from Sarah Talks Podcast. Forrest and Aron are the best bandicoots. Ask Jimmy. I feel like that's offensive. I don't know how or why, but fuck you. Thank you. Thank you for calling me a good bandicoot. I try. Have I been uncensored this entire fucking show?
$5 from June Urich. I believe both of your shirts are amazing, and I'm willing to pay money to tell you this. Happy Monday.
Thank you. Hell yeah. 5 fake Canadian dollars from Untitled One. Confuse Forrest. Vote Team Lux. Luxander? One of the hosts of TACIS, perhaps? I don't know. Is it something? Yeah, all right. Well, you've succeeded. I am confused.
I am so sorry. I have talked over you unwittingly over and over again this evening. I apologize for that.
There's a delay, and also, fuck you. How dare you do this?
$6.66 from Candy. Jeopardy calendar clue. With more than 800 instances, this city is the most mentioned in the Bible.
Fuck. Is it?
Nope, it's not bumfuck Egypt.
All right. Is it?
I'm trying to Babylon. Think.
I see. I'm confused because is Babylon a city or a nation?
Well,
I was gonna say the same thing. I was gonna say like Amalek or something, but I don't know if that's a city or if it's a country or what.
I don't think this question is going to give us the answer.
Jerusalem.
Maybe. Is it Jerusalem? See, is that so? That is. I know it's a city now, but in the Bible, is that a city? Bizarre. Truly bizarre. You know what? I feel stupid.
50 of them to get through.
I feel stupid for not thinking of that immediately. I do love the people in the chat saying Jerusalem, and then we have one that says Dollywood and one that says Mecca. That's great. I wish it was Dollywood. $10 from Regato. Jesus walks into a hotel, throws 3 huge nails down the counter and says, "Can you put me up for the night?" Someone threw a beer at Trump, but he's okay. It was a draft, and he dodged it. I love that.
$5 from Zachary Herink. Aron, did you know that you've written several books on angels, Egyptian magic, and yoga? At least that's what Amazon says. What I love is looking up, is when I find out, according to, I don't know, Google or AI or whoever's doing it now, what Aron Ra is worth. I looked that up once. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I've done the same thing where it's like Forrest Valkai is worth $50 million. And it's like, all right, yeah. Send the check to P.O. Box 1810, Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, 74013. Send your checks for $50 million. Yeah, no, I get those. It's so stupid. And I also, like, if you like do the Google AI, it's never good. It's never good for anybody. If I look me up right now, Forrest Valkai is a biologist and science educator. Hey, that's great. He's currently working towards a master's degree in anthropology. Nope. Did that years ago. He's just all over. He's got some I say it's got some good stuff in here. That's pretty good. Well, that's sweet. It says nice things about me. 5 monarchy dollars from Mystic Minds Analysis Tavern. Religion is a human-made construct that can bend to pretty much anything. I'm more than happy to work with progressive theists for progressive causes. I like that.
Very good.
A lot of people get confused. Seth Andrews and I were talking about this yesterday. People get confused when it's like, yeah, I'm friends with this religious. But I want to bring on, actually, I have brought on a Christian onto this show. It was on HOSTility a while ago. I brought in a Christian guy who had really good shit to say about parenting. And we talked about that and psychology and stuff for a while. I brought on somebody who was an atheist, but not nearly as anti-theist as me. And she grew up in a Muslim home and wasn't as vitriolic about Islam. And she was like, yeah, I can appreciate the culture and stuff. I differ entirely with that. But she had really good shit to say about science communication. I want to bring on my friend. In fact, when I get back from Borneo, I've already cleared it with Jimmy. I have a friend, Qasim Rashid, who is a human rights lawyer and a practicing Muslim. Of course we disagree on religion, but I've never disagreed with a single other thing he's said on any platform. He's got great takes on human rights and on the law, and I want to bring him on to talk about Trump. And I know we're going to get some angry comments and be like, why do you have a fucking Muslim as a co-host on the show? Because it's important that we talk about these things. And it doesn't have to be so anti-theism that you're anti every fucking theist. Like, just, I don't know. That pisses me off when people get real up in their butt about it.
That's how I feel about Cus reptiles. Cus reptile. Because I've never seen on his channel where he's ever talked about his religious beliefs, and nor would I ever want to. Mm-hmm. But everything he says on the science, absolutely solid. And I'm completely down. So it's one of my favorite channels.
He was on in the chat a while ago. Clint, if you're still watching, I've been a fan of yours for a long time. I love your stuff. And you put out that video about evolution and started out by saying, hey, I am a theist and also accept evolution. Let's talk about why. That's a great bridge for people to now come to understand science and not feel so attacked. I love that. We disagree vehemently about whether or not there's some guy what made the universe, and we're both trying to make the world a better place by communicating science. Fuck yeah, I'm glad to have you on the team. I'm glad to be on your team, even if we're not 100% on the same team all the time. I fucking love that shit, and that can happen. And I feel like the people sometimes in our chat, in our comment section, need to remember that. Not all of them, but there's a few of them in our community that need to remember that shit as well.
I think is this mine? $9.99 from
I don't know.
I have never given a woman an orgasm. Interesting.
Organism.
The truth is what our desires are, what we want to be true. Whoa, I'm so angry that I am reading every sentence of this. Faith is the most honest position that is possible to have. Any belief that requires faith should be accepted for that reason. Fuck, why couldn't it be you that read this? Because this is just the antithesis of my position.
I think it was put as it. I think given the name, never given a woman an organism, and the fucking tiny face Charlie Kirk PFP. I'm hoping this person is just fucking around. I'm sure they are, but just in case, You know, I mean, just in case. Clear to be angry. Bring another one on. Keep another one up there. 5 frigid, colorful dollars from Untitled One. How do I accept Satan into my heart so he won't torture me forever and ever and ever? Oh, wait, sorry, that was Yahweh, not Satan. Right. Gotta think about that shit.
$5 from Stomp 10. Dinosaurs are cool. Transphobia is not. By the way, can you explain how dinosaurs' bones are dated? Yeah. So 2 different means. One, you find the fossil in a certain strata. You recognize by the index fossils that these fossils are only found in, like, say, Jurassic, right? And upper Jurassic, maybe. But you don't know what the ages of them are. So for that, you need this is just relative dates. So now you need absolute dates. So now you need radiometric strata, radiometric dating on, let's say, if there's volcanic ash flows in the area that you can, like, superimpose. This part dates to this level, and this level dates to this, and so it's right between. So it is, you know, and so now you have a number that comes out from the radiometric dating. 2 different types of dating. They are not the circular argument. There's never been a case where we date the rocks by the fossils and the fossils by the rocks. That's just a Kenthoven lie. None of that was ever true.
Yeah, I think the most important thing to remember is that there are, like, you already said it, but just to remember that there's absolute dating methods and relative dating methods. And so relative dating methods are dependent on one another. And so, like, faunal dating or cultural dating or whatever, you can say these are, you know, relative to what's around it. Absolute dating methods, radiometric dating, fission track dating, thermoluminescence, electron spin resonance, all these different things that can give you, like, actually super accurate dating methods. And the most important thing to remember, there's also, like, dendrochronology, and there's all sorts of other shit. There's a bunch of fucking dating methods. The important thing to remember is that these things overlap with each other. That's the key, because at any point you could say, okay, well, you know, you say radiometric dating is so good, but you get this number. How do you know the number's real? It's because we tested 5 different radioisotopes, and they all gave us the same number. And we did relative dating methods as well. And we did, you know, dendrochronology on this nearby tree that was underground. And we did thermoluminescence. We put this thing into a kiln and saw how much light came out, and all these different things. They can tell us a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more about, like, what is actually going on. So that's the main thing. Is people who grump about this stuff like to pretend like we just take a faith-based position off of one single measurement, and that's simply not true.
I would tell such people to look up a geologic map of your state, wherever you live. Right? Just to look up a geologic map, or country, wherever you live, and notice that it's not just that there's like a couple dozen different isotopes that they have various ranges, so the numbers will be slightly different, but they all concord to some degree because we are weighing on different scales. But there have been thousands of readings taken everywhere, in every state of every country, of wherever. Look up the geologic map. Look at all of the readings that have been done everywhere with every isotope all around the world, thousands of times, corroborating thousands of times. We got this. This is not wrong. It's just not possible for absolutely all of this to be wrong to such a degree that I heard a creationist say this, that the young Earth creationism time scale is so far askew from the scientific perspective that it would be like saying that Los Angeles is 17 feet away from New York.
It's what I think is so funny is, like, the people who talk about this and they claim that it's not real. There's one thing that we can do that people don't take into account, which is that we can test it in real time. So you go to the center of the Atlantic Ocean where the mid-Atlantic ridge is, and we have new continental plate being produced, like the plates are spreading apart here. And we have new ground being produced in this area. We know the rate at which these continental plates are spreading. We know these tectonic plates. We know how the rate at which they are spreading. and we can go there and we can test from this ridge out farther and farther away and do radiometric dating on these things. And the part that says it's 1,000 years away reads as 10,000 years old, and the part that says it's brand new reads as brand new, and the part that's a million years, it reads as a million years. And like we can literally like fact check these methods on exactly the place where we know the new ground is being created. So like I don't know, people like to pretend that this shit is just magic or faith or whatever, and they don't actually ever take the time to learn what it is or how it works. But whatevs.
As I mentioned before, they know they're full of shit.
No, usually. $5 from Sheridan Bernasconi, Duckbill Platypus. Bullshit. Fucking ducks, birds have been around for like what, 65, 60, 60 in the 60 something millions of years. Proper birds.
It's longer than that. It's like 150 years.
Is it really? Yeah, I don't know. You're right. I'm stupid. I'm very dumb. I was thinking about something else. Yeah, so you've got fucking birds that have been around for this little bit of time. Meanwhile, you've got mammals, which have been around for what, like 220 million years? And early mammals. I'm talking all the way back to like the earliest boys that would have been all monotremes at that time. We were all laying eggs for a while. It isn't until like 120 million years that you get like Aomea and the first placentals, right? So you've got 100 million years of every fucking buddy being a monotreme if you're a mammal. And this is, no matter how you slice it, about 100 million years or more longer than birds of any kind have ever existed. And then you're going to fucking look at the platypus today and be like, you stole that face from a bird. Fuck off. They've been here for so much longer doing whatever the fuck they want to do. It's so stupid. And birds come along and they're like, you have my face. It's had the face. It's had the face the whole time. I don't want to hear it. You know why monotremes are the purest of all mammals? It's because they're untainted.
Oh, I knew this was coming. Yeah. $5 from Jomnik06. What do you call a dinosaur that just visited the proctologist? A megasaurass. Not a joke. Hashtag sort of poop joke. Hashtag jokes for Erica. Hashtag where in the world is Erica?
Next time you see Erica, ask her why you should never fight with a primate. It's because they always use guerrilla warfare. Oh. She'll love that. She'll thank you for that. $5 from Jamnik06. While Aron Raw goes out to dump. I told that joke on Chewed Gum. Promise and Taylor weren't sure what a proctologist was, so it bombed. That's they have butts. Why don't they know? At the last, I know maybe they don't. I've never actually checked. Last super chat for now, saving for the Freedom from Religion Foundation fundraiser. By the way, that's a thing coming up. I believe at the end of this week, we're doing the big fundraiser for the Freedom from Religion Foundation. So check in to that and give us all of your money. Next, Friday and Saturday. That's what it is. Bring on the thing. Roll the thing. $5 and PhD Tony. Stop prevaricating, Aron. Commit to a position. Yeah, you bitch. See, he's not even here now to respond to your threat, to your justifiable downsizement of his ego. Do another one. $5 from Secular Felinist. What do you call a short, spiky dinosaur who fell down the stairs? An ankle is sore-us. There you go. I like that this is the culture of this channel now. $5 from the Japomp. Would you rather... Well, sorry, I don't know what I'm saying. Would either of you favor any
particular internet internment ritual?
Yeah, see, you can't fucking read either. You try to take it away from me, and you're also illiterate, you dumb bastard.
Internment
ritual? Yeah.
Pod funeral, pod burial. I want to be what it composted.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I love those things where it's like your body is completely gone within like a month. That's nutty.
And you're literally a tree.
Yeah. Just put me back into the fucking biogeochemical cycle faster. That sounds tight. It's either that or like I always say that like my wish is I want my remains to be scattered at Disney World, and I do not want to be cremated. You know.
The decomposting thing is better an option than what I originally projected. I wanted to be catapulted into the ocean.
Yeah, that'd be pretty tight.
Just food for the fishes.
Right, launch me, yo.
So $5 Californian from an untitled one. The Miscellaneous network allows faster than warp travel.
If you watch,
okay.
You know what? If you watch the first season of Roll for Initiative, you probably agree. That's a deep joke. Only true fans will understand. $10 from Chili Wilson. Give him a jacket. Can we get animated Bible stories narrated by Forrest? I don't know him. I'm Forrest with 2 R's. Whoever the fuck this idiot group of trees with a capital F is. We'll have to ask him yourself.
Yeah, as Aron with only 1 A, I feel your pain.
Mm-hmm. It's a whole thing.
Is this yours? No, it's mine.
I don't know.
$20 Californian from Fraser. Hey, Forrest, thanks for coming out to Canada. Your presentation was fantastic. I was only able to come out on the Saturday, so I just wanted to know if you went to the Royal Tyrrell Museum and what you thought about it.
I did not, because Seth and I had to catch a flight back to Tulsa right away, and then that flight got delayed several times, and we spent the entire day just moseying about various airports, finding snacks together. And we both bought Canadian maple syrup whiskey and brought that back to the United States. So that was what we were doing. We were buying booze and discussing our families and our lives and our careers and what we think about this, that, and the other, while eating at a TGI Fridays and watching people go by. That's what we spent our day doing instead of going to the awesome fucking dinosaur museum. Sadly, listening wouldn't have had it any other way, buddy. It was great.
Have you ever been to the Royal Tyrrell?
Nope. I wanted to, but we were in a hurry and we were like, we got to get to the fucking plane. And then it got delayed like 2 goddamn hours.
I'm sorry. Give us the next one.
Is it $10 from Untitled One? My God is so big, so strong, and so mighty. There's nothing my God cannot do. My God is so big, so strong, and so mighty. There's nothing my God cannot do except prove his own existence. Yeah.
My favorite one is God can do anything he wants. Okay. Try to have him say hi.
I'm sitting here just fucking with my Bible, just like flipping it around. I just opened it to this random page. It was Proverbs 16, and I highlighted this passage. He that is slow to anger is better than the mighty, for he that ruleth his spirit, and he that rules his spirit can take a city. No, okay. He who is slow to anger is better than the mighty, and he who rules his spirit than he that takes a city. And I highlighted that and I wrote in the margin, someone should tell God. So fun. And that plays perfectly into this. Untitled One. Why would a merciful God want to burn you in hell forever and ever and ever and ever and ever? Amen. They wouldn't. That's a dumb thing. That's a silly, dumb thing.
$10 Californian from Untitled One. Kilmar Obrego Garcia. Every single person on this planet is watching this case. Will the U.S. show it can rise about? I'm sure that meant above its fascist roots.
Yeah, not with the current administration,
doesn't it? When we have a third of the country that still defends what they know are lies, then that's a problem.
Yep. So that's, literally today, I just want to read for you. This was today. I saw this. NBC News is interviewing Trump. I think this was yesterday. I just see it today. I don't know. But your Secretary of State says everyone who's here, citizens and non-citizens, deserve due process. Do you agree with Mr. President? And Trump says, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. And she says, well, the Fifth Amendment says as much. And he says, I don't know. It seems I might say that. But if you're talking about that, then we'd have 1 million or 2 million or 3 million trials. Ain't that about a bitch? That you'd have to have so many trials if you follow the Constitution. And then she says, yes, and she says, even if those numbers you're talking about, even given those numbers you're talking about, don't you think you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as president? I'm going to read that question again. Don't you think you need to uphold, or he said, don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as the president? And Donald Trump's answer was, I don't know. I'd have to respond by saying, again, I have brilliant lawyers that work for me, and they're going to obviously follow what the Supreme Court said. And what you said is not what I heard the Supreme Court said. They have a different interpretation. So again, just want to reiterate, the president of the United States was asked, should you uphold the Constitution? And he responded with, I don't know. And that's where we're at right now. And no matter who you voted for, no matter where you land on the political spectrum, if you aren't calling your reps right now and demanding that motherfucker be impeached for that alone, you're not an American. Now, American in name only. You're not a patriot. You're not a true citizen. You don't give a fuck about this country. You don't give a fuck about freedom. You are the farthest thing from a fucking patriot. If you hear the president say, I don't know if the Constitution should apply, and you're like, yeah, damn right. Yeah, fuck all the way off. I never want to hear any fucking complaining from your dumbass again. $9.99 from Hannah Hodges, Forrest, and Aron, the evolution dynamic duo. Hell yeah, best live ever. I hope it lived up to the hype. Hope you liked it.
$5 from Derwin Akins. Great show, y'all. Forrest, in your last video, you talked about how folks bred the tamest foxes to create a new class. Are behaviors inherited via genes?
Sometimes, yeah. That's where instincts come from, yo.
Yep.
So yeah, the Bellier of
dog breeders will readily admit that this breed has a tendency to behave this way. They're bred for this behavior, but they don't understand. Same thing applies to people.
Oh yeah, yeah. Same thing applies to anybody. And so, like, that's the when you look at like the domestication of any animal, you see floppy ears and spots, and also waggy tails, and like other behaviors that come along. And so, like, these are just kind of cool things that we notice as patterns. Yeah, behaviors are absolutely some behaviors are genetic. Some tendencies towards behavior genetic, and you don't even have to look at the Belyaev fox experiment to get that. Look at breeds of dogs that you're around today that you know of. Do you expect a husky to behave the same way that you would expect, a whatever cuddly lap dog, or do you expect them to be border? Yes, do you expect a husky and a border collie to behave the same way, or do you expect one to be relatively chill and cuddly, and the other one to be insane and loud and dig its way out of your yard to go, fuck your neighbors? Like, what's going to happen? So that's you can see this even right now. That's pretty cool.
Currently, my two primary dogs are my Great Pyrenees, which you've seen on this show. I mean, just moments ago, and Rottweiler, and their behaviors similar, that they're both guard dogs, but beyond that, wildly different.
Yeah. What are your D&D classes? Asks Life is Literacy. My headcanon is that Forrest is a wizard and Aron is a warlock.
Okay, I like that. It is true that when I was a little kid, when I was like 12, I was looking at like all the what kind of old man would I want to be? And I'm like everybody I would see in movies or whatever. Am I going to be that kind of old man? Am I going to be that? Gandalf was the one that resonated with me.
Yeah, I want to be that. I don't know. If I had to be anything, I guess wizard would make the most sense. But like at the end of the day, when I actually play, the most recent characters that I've designed, and the one that I got to play was a wizard. Well, so the one character that I got to play in the recent thing was a doctor. That was his class. He was a doctor. And he ended up being a wizard, and we made a new. We actually made a custom. No, unfortunately, no. He traveled around on a train, but it was we actually made a subclass. Jesse Jerdak and I called Medical Mancer for him. But like the other characters that I'm designing right now for future seasons of Roll for Initiative, if we can get some sponsors, if anybody out there knows any companies that want to donate $25,000 to fund the next season of Roll for Initiative, or even a part of that, and then we will give them regular shout outs and they'll help raise tens of thousands of dollars for charity. We've raised over $40,000 so far for the Doctors Without Borders and the Human Rights Campaign, and we'd love to do more. So if you know any companies out there, we don't take donations from people because we want your donations to go to the charities, but if you know any companies out there that want to help us raise a lot of money for charity by playing awesome board games, then please let them know to reach out to us at Roll for Initiative. We would love to talk to them. But like the next guys that I'm rolling right now, one is a rogue and one is a bard, but neither of them behave like that. I love rolling characters that don't behave like their class, and I use their class thing for weird shit, and I feel like that's exactly who I am in my life. I don't know what class I would be, but I know I don't behave like I'm supposed to, and I know I use weird things for weird things. So I don't know, man. I don't know what anything is. I don't have a fucking brain or an imagination. $10 from Storm Chaser Noah. Fun evolution fact: tornadoes and other severe weather impact forest evolution by reducing diversity. In other words, a bottleneck event like what humans experienced 15 to 100,000 years ago. That is called disturbance ecology. So in ecology, a disturbance is like something that comes along and fucks some shit up and kills some things and disrupts the environment. And you can have like a mild disturbance or a moderate disturbance or a severe disturbance. And there's a ton of really cool papers that I had to read in my undergrad all about just like this fucking, here's this group of islands in the Bahamas that have spiders and lizards on them. And a huge fucking hurricane comes in. And the islands that are non-protected, they get hit by this hurricane, lizard population is demolished. Both the spiders and the lizards are demolished. Lizards can't rebound because they don't have good dispersal ability, and they are slow to reproduce. And so you get now all of a sudden spiders coming back up. And on these protected islands, lizard population goes down a little bit. Spider population spikes because they have crazy good reproductive ability. And then after a little while, the lizards slowly balance back out. And species distribution is different on spiders, which can blow around and distribute species, versus lizards, which can't. And like you see these types of things with what we would call disturbance ecology. There's another really cool paper about like rolling boulders around. I can't remember what the fuck it was exactly, but like these rolling boulders and tide pools and seeing what types of kelps and what type of bivalves and stuff grow on these different things because of how much the boulders can roll. So like this shit right here, it is an evolution fun fact that applies to literally anywhere any bad shit can happen, even shit you wouldn't consider bad shit, like the tide rolling a boulder. Is that a Dumeral's ground boa? I like him.
No, this is an Argentine boa. I do have a couple of Dumeral's boas, but this is an Argentine.
Okay. And just the gray kind of patterning looked like that.
She's very sweet and easy to handle.
I like them.
Okay, so I'm reading this one. $10 from wait.
No, we already did
it. From Untitled Final Version 2. This version, Calasia 789. Okay, young gamer, tell me what that means.
Calasia 789 is one of our amazing mods, and I have no idea what's going on with this. So cool.
Okay. $5 from Monkey at Typewriter. Hyperplay, portion of the light spectrum beyond UV. It's IR, visible light, UV, hyperplay. Today's EP made me really miss having a Department of Education.
Fucking shit. $10 from the gray-haired gamer at Forrest. My wife wants to know if your smileism is something that can be taught or learned. If so, will you be teaching it someday? You know what? If I was ever going to become a cult leader, that's a great way to do it. So like, no, I would just recommend. My philosophy comes a lot from ancient Stoicism and cosmic nihilism. So like explore those ideas and explore absurdism a lot and existentialism a bit, and just come to laugh at the universe that you have no business being a part of, and listen to or look up Epictetus and Seneca the Younger and a little bit of Marcus Aurelius too, and they'll help get you there. That's where I'm from. A phenomenal comment from I've never given a woman an organism. Not from a Jedi.
Okay, so
50 dick cock coins from Adam Helt. I too like Forrest, but this text is for Aron. Don't feel forgotten. We love you too. Been watching your content since the 2000s and still do. Hell yeah.
Then $5 from Dade Murphy. Excuse me, the biblical God and love are antithetical concepts. Duh.
They certainly are. They certainly are. $5 from Sonic Shroom. Jesus also said, make disciples of all nations. He was a walking contradiction. That he was. That he was.
$10 from Daniel Aron. Sorry, God, that all you can eat shrimp. Sorry, God, that all you can eat shrimp dinner was delicious. That was right next door to my barber that shaved me and cut my hair while my silk cotton polyester suit got tailored across the street. You forgot to mention you were growing two different crops in the same field.
Right?
Or in adjacent fields, however it is.
$5 from Indini Jarvu. Would you rather sit on a fire ant hill for an hour or wade pantless in a river of leeches? I'll take the leeches all day long. Absolutely, the leeches.
Well, that's a tough choice.
Nothing's going to envenomate my asshole if I walk through some leeches. They're just going to slurp my blood, and I'm going to carry on with my life.
Yeah, I'm not making that choice. Next one.
I don't want any amount of pincers on my taint. The leeches just leech about, and it's fine. They have their saliva is anesthetic. I was going to say antiseptic, and that's not right. They have anesthetic saliva. I wouldn't even know they were there. And frankly, I have plenty of blood. They can have some.
Okay. I don't know what it is. Sigourney Weaver dollars? I have no idea.
There you go. That's what it is.
From Max V. Please ask John what her entire point is.
It was tough to suss out what exactly John was talking about. I don't fucking know. I would talk to John again, and just for the opportunity to just try for 5 hours to get a solid answer for one question. You know what I mean? That'd be fine with me. Just to try to get a solid answer to one single concept. $20 from DJ Fortuno. Thanks, Forrest, Nar, and Raw, for the conversation. I learned something. Waldemar.
Aaron Raw.
What? Hey, that's your brother. Sorry for yawning. Also, I'm extremely sleepy. I'm still a little bit wiped out from the plane. And I'll tell you what, I've got a final tomorrow. I've got to give a presentation about ecology tomorrow. It is a final exam, and it's like a 45-minute long talk. I've had weeks to prepare it, have not started it. So I'm going to be up all night working on that as well. I'm just fucking sleepy, and I'm thinking about that. So I'm sorry I'm being so yawnsome.
Yeah.
$5 from... Oh, you go for it. Yeah, you do the thing.
Forrest, can you explain how ants work? The different classes and how alleles lead to different classes in the same species.
This is a fantastic question. I'm so glad you asked. No, I don't know anything about that, but I'd love to. I wish I did, and I don't. I'm sorry, I'm not an entomologist nor anything close to one, and I don't know how that works, but I'm going to look it up for sure after the show because that sounds really fucking cool.
$4.99 from Life is Literary. Pluto is deterministic, but not ultimately. Has the same energy as man door, hand, hook, car door.
I love that shit.
Man, woman, camera, TV.
Mm-hmm.
$5 from Cursed Chaos. Howdy, y'all. The times are grim. The times are tough. But remember to stay safe and don't martyr yourself. We need all people possible to fight fascism.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Be disruptive. Get in good trouble. 50 fake ass imperialistic not free dollars from Sean F. Wouldn't an eternal afterlife require an eternal energy to fuel its existence? Why should humans presume they deserve to have justification to have access to an eternal amount of energy allocated for them? Sounds selfish to me. It also kind of goes against the whole like no one cause and no such thing as a blah blah blah. Yep.
$10 from Mr. Barukia. Barikia 10. Enjoyed tonight's show. Very good show. Jimmy is awesome for how far he's come in his journey. Looking for more of his calls. You two are a blast as co-hosts. Keep trucking on.
Don't tell me what to do. Genes and genomic processes underpinning the social lives of ants by Farveru et al. 2018. 23 genomes and 28 transcriptomes have been published. Transcriptome, by the way, I'm just looking at the highlights of this. I just looked up a paper. Transcriptome, so you know your genome is your DNA. Your transcriptome is all of your RNA. RNA, not to be confused with R and raw. 23 genomes and 38 transcriptomes have been published. More are on the way. Social chromosomes determine colony organization independently in two species. Interspecific expression patterns help unravel the evolution of castes, and CRISPR transgenics and RNA interference enable functional studies in ants. That sounds like a pretty cool fucking paper to me. So that person, there's the paper you want to look through to get some answers. I'm going to be reading that tonight while procrastinating on writing my goddamn final presentation tomorrow. $5 from Hypa. The muffin moles don't take kindly to your absence, Forrest. The berries misaligned, eggs rotten, the butter melted, the flour has weevils. It's chaos. But you know what? That sounds like a great Discord to have my fucking dumbass name on it. I'm actually going to check right now. Valkai Labs patrons, Muffin Mayhem, and people are talking about Celia and saying good call. Apparently some of my people on the line are also my people here on Discord. Well, that's great. There's a whole section here called Forrest's Lair. I don't know what any of that is. Renegade fun facts. There's nothing in this channel. What's going on my Discord? I have no idea what anything is. And
somebody in the chat says that they understand that you're procrastinating. They say I'm procrastinating as we speak. I was gonna procrastinate, but I put it off till later.
Nice. That's a very good yes. Yes. We have a whole channel dedicated to muffins, and I'm looking at it, and this person, oh, hell yeah. This person made some of their own muffins. They got like a little loaf going on. Oh, that's great. Oh, that's some good looking cakes.
Leonier. Why do pro-evolution speakers don't mention the long-term E. coli experiment as an example of new information in real-time evolution observation? Let me correct the question. Why do we often mention that?
Yeah, I mention it all the fucking time.
Yeah. It's in my book a couple of times.
Hey, Lemon Avalanche was in here enjoying a lemon muffin on a lemon plate. Fuck yeah. Shout out to them. That's awesome. And somebody's posted, there's a GIF in here of like Goku creating muffins. Why does that exist? What a phenomenal server I have. It's the first time I've looked at this in years.
$4.99 from Edward Day. Can you explain how ERVs are reflected in the final genetic tree? Well, it's actually kind of interesting that there's a number of things that we have in common with the other apes genetically, and one of them is the endogenous retroviruses, where apparently there was a common ancestor that had survived a particular infection, and DNA or viruses change their DNA. Even if you survive, your DNA is fucked up because the virus took part in it. And so there's some little teeny portion of your DNA. I think it's like 8% of your human genome is actually endogenous retroviruses. But these are shared in common
8 or 9
with all the other apes. Now, so there's certain ones that you can trace back beyond the apes, beyond our common ancestor with orangutans, the chimpanzees, the gorillas, and everybody. And there's a handful of old world monkeys beyond that that also share common ancestral ERVs with humans. So this is one of many different traits that definitely root us deep within Catarrhini.
ERVs are awesome, and one of my favorite things about them is just how they're responsible for like your myelin. They're responsible for the way that our placentas work. They're responsible for the way our muscle cells are work and how they're multinucleated. Like there's a ton of stuff there. They're just really cool.
You can read this?
So I'm typing in my Discord. I'm saying I'm looking at this server for the first time in who knows how long, live on the line right now. And I'm so proud of how weird this place seems.
$5 from Kate Space. Forrest, I'm in tears over the resources you're providing, AJ. Thank you for caring so much about science education. Always love seeing you too, Aron. What am I?
Thank you very much.
Comedy relief?
Thank you very much for that. It's incredibly kind of you to say, fuck off. We got $5 from Kate Space, who I think sent that last very kind message. AJ, you're doing great. Keep questioning and caring and being a great parent. Damn right. Damn right.
$20 from Mr. Barikia 10. Addendum. Waldemar's and AJ's calls were very good to listen. The resources they've been given are some of the best around. Waldemar's journey is going to be quite the sight. AJ's journey is just as well. Get 'em, you three.
Be all over that shit. The $5 from Space Barbarian. Love your work, guys. Take my money. Don't tell me what to do. Refund this person. Give it back. I don't give a fuck.
$5 from Mr. Kiki 1. Mr. Kiki 1. My AI overview from Google about Forrest. Forrest Valkai is actually named Tommy and loves it when people say evolution is just a theory.
You know what's funny? I was talking about so there is a group of people right now called the Guerrilla Skeptics, which you should look up, by the way. People watching this, the Guerrilla Skeptics, GUERREL, like a guerrilla like warfare. I think that's let me see if they have like a website or something. I think they do. Guerrilla Skepticism, yes. Yeah, so it's from the Guerrilla Skepticism on Wikipedia project. That's what it is. Susan Gerbic here is a part of it, and she was speaking at the thing that I was just at in the Canada. The point is, there are a group of people who are awesome who are like combating misinformation on Wikipedia and trying to maintain like pages on Wikipedia to be fact-based, and they're really, really, really cool people, and they're really nice. And one of them is one of my patrons, and she was talking about how they're trying to get me a Wikipedia page. I am notable in my perception and my public appearances and everything, but there aren't other people talking about me. There's plenty of me talking about me, and there's plenty of me doing appearances and me doing shows and me doing speeches and plenty of me, but there has to be other people talking about me. So like news articles and shit referencing me. That's what they're looking. And I want to stress to them, if you actually pull it off, if you get me a Wikipedia page, make the fucking name Forrest Tommy Valkai, because that would be very fucking funny. And I don't know if that would be helpful or harmful to your goals, but I would love that shit. That'd be fucking hysterical. $6.66 from the new humanist. I wish y'all would shout out humanist congregations on these calls. Ethical Societies, Sunday Assembly, Oasis Network. We exist and we need to make more. I don't shout those out because I didn't know they existed. So check those guys out, I guess, if you're into that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Shout out to Gail, by the way, who is, well, I'm not going to give her last name, but Gail is one of my patrons on Patreon and also a member of the Guerrilla Skeptics on Wikipedia. And she's an incredibly nice lady and incredibly cool and is trying her damnedest to help catapult my career. And I just think that's fucking charming. And I cannot be thankful enough for people who care that much. And the exact opposite, literally every nice thing I just said about Gail and everybody, the exact opposite to secular feelinist in chat who says Forrest needs a WikiFeet page. Go to bed. Go to bed. You're done for the night. Just go lay down. How dare you?
All right, so $6.60 from Germo Solino. I love you can summarize every theist argument for some variant of words don't mean what they actually say. New watcher, love the show. Yeah, that's a large degree of it.
Yeah. $10
from Henry King.
Fuck you. I wish I could go back to science education. My job I do now is just as important, but I miss teaching science to kids. It's the most rewarding thing I've ever done. Damn right. It's a ton of fun. It's a very cool thing to do.
$4.99 from Bridge the Divide. Dear mitochondrial RNA, I'm sorry.
That's MT. That's you're wrong. That's messenger RNA. Mitochondrial is MT.
What am I saying? I'm sorry. Dear messenger RNA, I'm sorry I kept that's so embarrassing. I'm sorry I kept inserting tyrosines when you were, in fact, repeatedly asking me to stop.
Nice.
Sincerely, Amber.
Nice. $50 from Colton Robinson. Just want to say thank you guys for helping counter all the bullshit. We bring bullshit of our own. That's what we're here for. We're here to spew nonsense and behave like fools on the internet for the sake of science and progress.
$5 from Melanie. Enjoy your trip, Forrest. I deconstructed mostly because of you, and I love your bright attitude. Never had a bad day. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you. And congratulations on your deconstruction. I'm honored to have been a part of it, but please don't give me any credit. You figured that shit out by yourself. Good for you. $200 goddamn dollars from Colton Robinson. Because it's important, please tell me the line gets the majority of this. Yeah, we have a very socialistic model, so all the super chats go to the line, to the whole channel as a business. And then depending on how many shows we host and how many hours we're doing and like all these things, it's distributed from there. So it goes to run the whole channel, and also we get a small part of it. It's a very fair and balanced thing. I don't make a ton of money from doing this, but I do make some, so I will get a portion of that. Aron will get a portion of that. The channel will run because of that. So yes, YouTube takes a relatively very small cut. In fact, I don't actually know if they take anything from super chats. I don't know.
I don't think they do. Not from super chats.
Yeah, they take a very small cut of everything else, but like I think super chats are 100% of the channel. I could be wrong about that.
Okay. $5 Californian from Czar Narinkar. 5 people want to become a singular tree together. They each agree to play D&D together. Do they all decide to play druids? Opinions?
Can druids shapeshift into trees? Is that even
if
reasonable?
They're all composted?
Yeah. Like
they could all become the same tree.
Yeah. Some sort of creepy tree hive mind creature could assimilate them. I don't know. I don't know enough about D&D. Ask Jesse Jerdak. Jesse Jerdak is a goddamn professional DM and would know everything about what you're saying. I'm going to call him right now.
Being a professional DM.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah.
The dude's magnificent. Give me a second.
$10 from One-Eyed Heathen. I would like to encourage everyone to call their congresspeople and encourage them to impeach and remove Trump. I would like to encourage people to do that too.
100%. 100%. Bring. The handsomest damn science teacher in the whole Oh, hey, are you cool with being live on the line right now in voice only? Sure. Okay. All right, so I've got you on speakerphone. Can we bring that last super chat? Okay, so someone just added. This is Jesse Jurdak, everybody. Everybody say hi to Jesse
everybody.
Jurdak. Yeah. And Jesse Jurdak, if 5 people want to become a singular tree together in D&D, would they all play as druids? How would that work? That's the question someone just sent $5 Canadian to ask.
Well, since they're $5 Canadian, I guess I have to answer sincerely. Damn. Well, I think druids are going to have an inherent advantage. That, or like a wizard. A wizard could cast like true polymorph on them. If they were individually wizards, all 5 of them, they could cast true polymorphs. I don't know. I got to tell you, this is uncharted territories from the great 51st state of Canada.
I don't know if druids can become trees, or if that's something that would have to be wizard territory.
I feel like it's definitely in the purview of the druid for sure, because they're hippies. They're fucking hippies, Forrest.
Mm-hmm.
And as you know, in real life, hippies can become trees.
That is true. They can shapeshift. Bizarre. Well, thank you. Someone asked this, and I was like, I can't let this question go unanswered, and I can't answer it. So I figured you would be the best person to ask.
I think, you could make an argument for anybody that can cast true polymorph to be able to become a Brady bunch of tree limbs, all connected to Marcia, who would be, of course, the trunk of the tree holding the entire family together, as Marcia only could.
I hate that analogy, but I get it. That's great.
Yeah, man. She tied the whole fucking show together.
She did. She really did. Leave it to Jesse Jurdak to use Brady Bunch as a descriptor like that. Thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate it. And the chat misses you. People are here saying hello to you and that you should host again. And also, I shouted out Roll for Initiative earlier on and was telling people to Tinus, a company that can give us $25,000 so that we can play at least one more season. So everybody tell Jesse Jurdak about that as well.
That would be great.
It'd be awesome. Anyway, thanks so much, dude. I hope we have an awesome night.
Love you, buddy.
Bye. Love that.
I wish
man.
I could play D&D with you. I want to play my cleric, whose name is Hallelujah, and he uses one of those incense things on the chain, that they walk.
Yeah.
But he uses it as a morning star.
Love that. That's great.
All right.
Let me get this fixed there. Is it you or is it me?
I'm waiting for the next one.
That's the next one there.
This is the next one.
Okay, there we go. $5 from Draven Dresden. The same thing applies to people. Well, that explains why humanity's intelligence is going down the toilet. Smart people have less kids overall. Idiocracy. That's why Trump wants to pay everybody to have 6 children.
Right? No. Okay. Making sure that's okay. $5 Canadian from GD Sela. Forrest, would you ever consider narrating an undergrad bio textbook? I listen to it as I sleep because you have a soothing voice. No, I don't know. Maybe. I'd be into whatever.
I myself would love to do voice acting or narration. I've had fun with it. I narrated somebody else's book just because they asked me to. Yeah. So let me see. $5 from Draven Dresden. Gandalf was a bard. Was he? Also, my most played class is wizard. Sadly, no DM lets me wizard again after I do so one time. # never let the smartest person play wizard.
I feel like you could make an argument for Gandalf being a bard because he was like so charismatic and always whipping people into shape and like helping people find courage and stuff. But at the end of the day, that was largely because he had the Nara, the Ring of Fire. He had the Elven Ring of Power that he got from the shipwright on his way into Middle Earth. And that Círdan, that's right. He got Círdan the shipwright, gave him Nara, the Ring of Fire, which has the inherent property of kindling fire in the spirit and encouraging and motivating people around you. And Gandalf used that to stoke the hearts of men around Middle Earth, and so are free peoples of all kinds. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but whatevs. $5 from Jamnico6. I'm trying to crossbreed a Shih Tzu and a Bulldog.
They're offering to be bullshit. A bunch of bullshit to me.
Yeah. A bunch of Shih Tzu Bulldogs. A bunch of bullshits. Hashtag doggo joke. I like it.
So, $20 artificial from Avatar. Forrest said he hopes the work they do helps all over the world. Can confirm that it does. Excellent. At least one of us is doing good things.
Right. We've got, I'm typing a thing, sorry. We've got $4.99 from Hannah Hodges. I meant to say Aron and Forrest work very well together, and it given me so much knowledge on evolution and beyond. I'm so grateful. Well, thank you very much. That's very kind of you.
I wanted to comment on this because this was something that bothered me about you once upon a time, was that you have the opportunity to really focus on evolution, whereas I have had to diverge into comparative mythology and reading the different scriptures of the different religions and so that I feel that I'm so jack of all trades that I was never able to excel to the degree that you are, and you have a master's degree, whereas I merely have a bachelor's. But I'm feeling a little bit better about that now today for some reason, even though everybody loves you.
Well, the fact is my first master's was in bioanthro, and then the second one is in biomed, and so like I also am diversifying like fucking crazy, and like it's all from this weird human perspective, and like I don't know. I used to call myself evolutionary biologist because my bachelor's and first master's were all focused on evolution, but at the end of the day, like I do so much other weird shit, and I don't want to just talk about one thing all the time. And so I think the problem, I think you're right. I think if I focused in, I could probably be more effective, but I get bored too easily, and I want to switch onto some other thing, So I don't know.
You mentioned that you've got a presentation tomorrow that you haven't written yet. I've got a presentation in 2 weeks in Denver that I haven't written yet. I've just got notes in my head, and they have to do with what I do believe. That's my presentation because I'm challenged about, well, why do you advocate for things or why you argue against something you supposedly don't believe in? So I'm going to be talking about what things that not all atheists certainly, but certain atheists, myself in particular, what we do believe in.
Yeah.
And part of that is it's accessing the whole gamut of everything that I know. I mean, the comparative mythology, the philosophy, the developmental biology, all of that, but also humanism, which is somebody brought up a couple of times, that there are all these humanist organizations. I've spoken to a few of them. I'm very happy to have said that they've invited me for that. But there's a number of things that we do believe in. Truth, the Constitution, handful of other things that I would like to bring up, and in specifics that I think are important to bring up. So thank you for reminding me that I have some homework to do as well after this.
Yeah. Absolutely. $10 from Stephanie Helms. Bop doop. Oop bop. Oop boppa boop. Oop boppa doop. Oop boppa doop. I'm trying to figure out how that should be read. Oop boppa doop. They call me the most, and I won't quit trying till I create a disturbance in your mind. What the fuck does that mean? Thank you, Stephanie Helms, for the $10.
$5 from Kate Space. I did not expect to hear the words envenomate my asshole tonight. Yet, here we are. Hashtag Team Leeches.
Team Leeches.
I've never experienced leeches, but I have experienced fire ants, and that's why I have a hard time answering that question.
I thought you were going to say I have experienced asshole envenomation, and I was going to be very confused. But I get you. $20 from Mr. Bricuaten. Forrest, it's It's GIF. It's GIF. It's GIF, not GIF. The inventor is a moron that can't understand language. I will die on this hill. Fight me. Also, procrastination is the best. Good luck with your exam. Also, Boricua, roll the R a teensy bit. I like rolling it a lot. And furthermore, it stands for graphic image format or interface for whatever the fuck it is, but the first word is graphic, right? And I understand it's graphic, not graphic, but at the end of the day, it's not an acronym, it's an initialism. You're not supposed to be able to pronounce it, so therefore you're able to rework it, and GIF flows off the tongue better than GIF, which feels stern in my mouth, and I don't like it. It's like a glottal stop situation to it. I feel like it's a niche situation. Get off of my ass. I don't know what you want from me.
Likewise, we were talking about you have your double R's. I have my single A, and everybody wants to put the double A on it and the pronunciation that goes with it. I had some friends meet with me in Reykjavik. So we're having lunch in Reykjavik, and my name is Icelandic. So I get to I see the waitress come up, the stereotypical Viking waitress. And I just wrote my name down on the paper, and I said, okay, how would you pronounce this? And she says, she didn't say Aron. She goes, she didn't say Aron either. She said, Aron. Rolled R and everything. Like, thank you. That's the way my name's supposed to be said.
My favorite story, my grandma used to tell me this story, and who knows if it's fucking true, but apparently she used to tell me all the time that she and my grandpa were in Copenhagen, and they were arguing, like, what, because my grandma was like, it's Copenhagen. He's like, no, it's Copenhagen. It's Copenhagen. And Copenhagen. No, it's Copenhagen. And so they're like, oh, we need to find somebody who speaks English who can fucking tell us. And so they go to a Burger King, and they walk in there, and they're like, what do you call this place? And the person who leads over goes, Burger King. Still, oh man, I still don't know if it's true, but it's one of my favorite stories she ever told me.
I was doing tech support for this one place, and there's like a place in Oklahoma with the name, the city name is spelled the same as Prague, right?
Yeah, Prague.
Yeah. And so I said, okay, well, so you live in Prague, and he goes, that's Prague. Okay.
Yeah, we also have Miami, which is spelled exactly like Miami, but pronounced Miami because fuck you is why. That's what Oklahoma's all about. So stupid here. And what's crazy is in Oklahoma, we have towns, there's a ton of huge native population here because this is where we forced them towards the latter stages of the genocide. And so all the towns around here are named various language native languages, various words. So we've got Tahlequah and Okmulgee and Nowata and Coweta and all these places all around us, Muskogee, and all these places all across the state with these incredibly cool names, and in every fucking one of them you will find some dumb motherfucker who's like, we speak English here. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah, Okmulgee I became intimately familiar with very recently as I had two blowouts as I'm pulling into Tulsa and then getting out of, is it Tulsa? Yeah, and then getting out of Tulsa. I'm not even into Okmulgee. I'm just somewhere out in the forest where my second tire exploded. And these are not easy tires to get in the middle of bumfuck nowhere on a weekend, right? And they're 37-inch mud tires because I have one of those kind of cars. And I didn't realize that I thought they were like 3.5 years old, but it turns out I bought them 5 years ago, almost to the day, and they were probably sitting on the shelf for a year. So they're tread separation. As soon as I pay for all of the repairs to the first tire, I get 2 hours down the road. Second one goes off. So I'm spending the night in Okmulgee, Oklahoma. Which, by the way, there are no Ubers available.
No.
To take me. I'm traveling with a 90-pound Great Pyrenees and a 25-pound reticulated python. And I'm trying to get an Uber. That didn't happen. You know what I ended up doing?
Other passengers?
You know what I ended up doing? Riding in the back of a pickup truck, which I haven't done since the 70s.
Yep.
with both of these animals. I had to hitchhike at my age, just like I did back in the 80s.
We have beautiful fucking places here, man. Everybody should get excited about American or Oklahoman like history, because it's horrific and beautiful and all sorts of different things. And Okmulgee is not too far from you knew, you just drove this way, but like, yeah, it's a gorgeous place. People should go check it out. $20 from Colton Robinson. Can you help me say the best way to refer to what? Can you help me say the best way to refer to trans individuals before they transitioned? I don't want to insult, but I want to talk about before transition, not in a mean way. Unsure how to talk about that time in terms of literally just don't mention any of that. It's not your business is why. So just like, if you meet a trans man, refer to them with he, him pronouns, call him a man, talk to him and treat him as a man. It doesn't matter how much he's transitioned socially, surgically, whatever like that. We were actually at a so just over the weekend, I was at a this conference, this Weekend Reason conference, and one of the speakers there, his name escapes me at this moment because I'm on air and confused, but like we had a researcher from the University of Vancouver or something. I'm just gonna look it the fuck up real quick. Dude is I believe a sociologist. We can reason, and let's see our speakers.
Googling things on there,
right? Yeah, just fucking calm down. We got fucking Dr. Aron DeVore, who is an internationally recognized leader in transgender studies at the University of Victoria. And so this is a professor of sociology at a university who studies trans people and has been doing so for quite some time. And he gave an amazing presentation. And part of it was talking about like surgical transition. And he showed statistics on like how many trans women, for example, have undergone vaginoplasty surgery and how many would like to. And the numbers are very low for both. They're sub 50% for both. And trans men, how many have gotten? I forgot what the surgery was to develop a penis this way, but like the numbers were significantly even lower. Very few had done it, and fewer wanted to. Like very, very few were interested in doing such a thing. And the point that he was making largely was to say, like, sex is not just what's in your pants in the minds of these people. It is only seemingly in the minds of transphobes. It's like what's in your pants is this solely determinate thing. So if you're talking about how far someone has transitioned or before they've transitioned or where they're at in their transition, it's important to remember that transition is a decades-long process. And it's not necessary in any capacity for gender identity. So just ask them what they'd like to be referred as and go with that is the rule. And that's what I would recommend. I'm sure you're using
the term you were looking for the name of, that wasn't extreme circumcision, was it?
No, I don't believe so. Extreme circumcision sounds like a terrible sport. $5 from Jamnick06. Aron, is good to see you. Your content is good. The thing is, I prefer great, so I watch Forrest more often. But seriously, you're good. I'm not going to say the slash say. That wasn't sarcasm. That was true. Fuck you.
$5 from Kate Space. Aron, here's a super chat just for you. You don't even have to share. You're awesome. Yay, I have a fan.
The hell? Rude. You know what's crazy? A long time ago, I did a Reacteria about, I think it was Matt Powell, and I was like, way better channels than mine have already covered this guy. And I put up several channels, including yours, saying like, these are these fucking giants in the space that someday I'll be like. And then fucking little did I know, years down the line, I'd be sitting here on a live stream talking about ants biting my taint with you. and like what is life? You know, what a weird journey we're all on.
$5 from Space Barbarian. Please take my money.
Hell yeah. $6.66 from the New Humanist. What would it take to get either of you to St. Louis to give a talk at my humanist congregation? Let's make it happen. Send me an email. Go to my website, valkailabs.com. Down at the bottom, there's a contact box. Send me an email. Tell me the usual things. I need to know when. I need to know crowd size. I need to know what security's like. I need to know your usual speaker fees. I need to know whether or not you can cover transportation so I can factor it into my budget. Like, I just need to know the usual stuff. And if I can do it, I'd love to do it. I've been traveling all over the country this year, doing speeches in Kansas City, in Denver, in Orlando, in Calgary, in Sarnia, in Cincinnati. I've been everywhere, man. And I would love to come to St. Louis too. So just hit me up, send me an email, and we'll try to work it out.
Yeah, with me, it's a little bit easier. I do need, because I'm not worth multiple millions of dollars like Google says you are.
Right.
I do need travel and accommodations, and of course an honorarium, and but you do need to contact me and say, yeah, we can cover these things, and yeah, we'll go.
I am going to Google right now Forrest Valkai net worth and just see if there's anything that comes up.
$100 from Colton Robertson, because I felt bad about my last message, and I don't know why, but wasn't trying to cause a problem.
Fucking $100 goddamn dollars. Was this the person who just asked the question about how to refer to trans people?
Yes.
Was it okay?
It was a fine question. That's incredibly kind of you. You have no reason to feel bad. Thank you for the $100. But no, I think you that was a fine question. The only thing that I would have said is that you used T apostrophe S T's, and I'm sure you were using that as shorthand. I don't know if that's a cool term or not, but I didn't read it as anything bad. So, like, I thought it was a fine question to ask. I'm glad you asked it. If you have more questions, call the Transatlantic Call-In Show, which is a show by trans people about trans people, and you can call in and ask questions. They're on this Thursday with, I believe I said, Luxander. Is that what I said? Oh, my God. Who knows where it is? Transatlantic Call-In Show this week is Josie and Luxander, and they're awesome people. I've hosted with Josie a few times. She's fucking delightful. So call in and ask them questions, and I'm sure they will be very cool with you.
$5 Californian from Tsar Narankar. Also, Narankar is a word that means formless one and is another name for God. So I guess you could say you got a message from God's leader.
I found this thing. It's speakerj.com, and it's a estimate thing about YouTube. And here I've got my YouTube channel, and it says I have 300,000 subscribers and this many millions of views and this many videos and blah, blah, blah. And here's their estimate as of April 19th, 2025, that my current earnings were, they estimate that I've made between $1.1 thousand and $25.1 thousand that month. Nope. I fucking wish. That'd be great. I'd be all about that, dude. That'd be tight. Yeah, everybody go watch my fucking videos until I make $25 fucking thousand in a month. Let's do that. Hell yeah. Ooh, wouldn't that be lovely?
£10 from Frimples McDimples. Can you please recommend an introductory book or site for a 15-year-old who is just starting to deconstruct? He is very intelligent, but has been homeschooled and needs a primer on evolution. Thanks much. Yeah. And I hope that wasn't
offensive. Did they write in that accent?
Offensive.
It was. All the British are extremely offended. They're gonna get real upset about it, and they're gonna send strongly worded letters and destroy your house to steal all your spices and then use none of them. There's a few good resources. Jerry Coyne and Richard Dawkins are notoriously just fucking awful right now, but holy shit, they wrote some good books about evolution. So I would recommend picking up a secondhand copy of The Greatest Show on Earth and Why Evolution is True. Those are great ways to start. Also, there's plenty of amazing YouTube channels out there that talk about evolution, like this one asshole named Forrest Valkai has this really cool series called The Light of Evolution. You can check that one out too if you want.
Yeah, there's this other old wizard-looking dude who does a bunch of videos on phylogeny. Can't remember.
I don't look like a wizard.
Ray.
Never tell you, I don't look like a wizard yet. But one of the ways I knew my wife was the one is because we were high and I was talking about, you know what, babe, someday I'm going to grow a big fucking wizard beard. I'm going to stop shaving and I'm just going to become a fucking wizard. I'm going to get this huge beard and it's going to be awesome. And she didn't bat an eye. She was like, I know. Like, of course you are. Like, that's you. Yeah.
I'm just glad you quit wiggling your giraffe at me.
How dare
$10
you?
from Mr. Baruchia, 10. Okay. Reese's or Reese's, pronounced Reese's. My friends swear on Reese's.
Reese's. Yeah, Reese's.
Reese, when we're talking about either eating a brunch or a single, e.g., give me a Reese, it's Reese's. Is possessive, damn it.
Right? It's definitely fucking Reese's, though, for real. Like, we can all agree that it's anybody who says Reese's needs to die. It's goddamn Reese's.
Yeah, but the Reese's Pieces, I always mispronounce that one. I always called it Reese's Feces.
There you go. Reese's Pieces. Fucking $5 from Draven Dresden. Gandalf is either a swords bard or a light cleric that refuses to wear armor. All he does is inspire people, possibly from the ring, and one light spell. That's not true. He casts fire magic on Weathertop, and it was said that you could see the bursts of flame from miles around. That's how he warded off the Nazgul. He did fire magic a couple of times. And he also had power of the voice when he fucking shattered Gandalf or Saruman's staff by commanding that it was broken. Bro's not a bard. Bro's a wizard with bard points or a bard ring.
$10 from News. Hey, Aron, what would be your dream snake to keep and why? Well, while I am delightfully happy with my false water cobras, I have been really overwhelmed by my beautiful retic Jormungandr. He is an absolute peach.
Nice. We had I used to work for this animal sanctuary, and we got a plain-bellied water snake. They're native around here in Oklahoma, and they look like water moccasins. But they're totally harmless. It's just Batesian mimicry. And they even flatten out their head to get real triangular when they get upset. But because he was, we call water moccasins cottonmouths here. And so we named him Eli Whitney. And he'd bite the fuck out of you. He was a great little guy, real feisty. And he'd just bite you all day long. What a good, I miss that snake. He was fun. $9.99 from Vanessa Beasley. No content, but a picture of a dog having a great time. So thank you very much for that.
$20 from Stephanie Helms. It's fucking crazy that I have to pay to tell people this, but trans people are available on this very channel. I'm one.
There you go. Hell yeah. Stephanie Helms is also our call screen tonight. Thank you very much, Stephanie, for being here. $5 from Buddy Bouncer. Speaking of locations named after native names, greeting from,
Ypsilanti, Michigan.
Ypsilanti? Yeah, I was going to say Ypsilanti. Wow. I pulled up here for funsies. I'm going to see if I can reopen it because I closed it recently. But I pulled up names of places around Oklahoma. They're native in origin, but I realized it wasn't important. But we got fucking Atoka, Caddo, Cherokee, Choctaw, Comanche, Kiowa, Muskogee, Nowata, Okmulgee, Osage, Pawnee, Pontotoc, Potawatomi, Pushmataha, Seminole, Sequoia, Tulsa, and Washita are just some of them on this list, and that doesn't even count all the other ones. They got Cayuga and Catoosa and Cheyenne and Geronimo and all sorts of cool ones down here. man, it's such a fucking cool Tishomingo. That's a fun one. It's such a fucking cool, like, there's so, it's a horribly painful history, but like it all comes together for this beautiful melting pot of languages. And again, every single one of them is full of racist ass people. Man.
$5 from Draven Dresden. And if you stop and think about it, Sauron is really just a bad lich.
Is there a good lich? And also, whom did he raise from the dead? The Nazgul were raised.
Jesus is a lich, isn't he?
Yeah, he raised Nazareth and or Lazarus. Pardon me, not Nazareth, Lazarus.
Yeah, and I think that other kid too. But
I feel like Draven Dresden's just fucking with us at this point. Who the fuck? Wraiths aren't undead; they're just undying. Their physical form was consumed and rotted away as their minds and souls were enslaved to Sauron. Like, what are you doing?
Eat this bread, it is my flesh.
What are you doing here?
Drink this wine, it is my blood. Eat this onion ring, for it is my asshole.
Yeah. Do you know that they have like that thing where like they have a little box of Jesus's foreskin in like all these fucking churches all over? You ever wonder how big that shit must have been? Yeah. Jesus cracklins. Christ cracklin. Chrysler. That's what it is. $100 fucking dollars from Colton Robinson. Moneybags over here. I will try to call him to the Transatlantic Call-In Show if time fits. Thank you. Thank the community and y'all for understanding. Just trying to say the right things as a super indoctrinated individual and trying to be accepting because it's hard and his language isn't mainstream and Idaho words hard. That's fucking awesome of you. And I wish that more people would put in that much dedication. Not monetarily. Holy shit, save your money. But like the fact that you're willing to put in this much effort and time to try to improve yourself and to make people around you comfortable and happy, that is fucking awesome. And kudos to you.
$5 from Kate Space. I'm so here for Tolkien time. What is your favorite elf and why is it Glorfindel? I'm wishing I could contribute to that, but I can't.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not that big on elves, y'all. I don't know. I don't like them. I don't like elves. I'll say it. Cancel me. I don't like elves. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I'm gonna have to listen to more. I listen to In Deep Geek. It's a great channel from time to time, and I'll have to listen to some of his stuff about the elves some more and like try to figure out which one would be the coolest one. People saying Finrod, people saying Legolas. Hell yeah. Finrod sounds like a sex toy. $9.99 from Vanessa Beasley. Forgot to type my message in the last one. Just wanted to thank you both. Aron, you were in my introduction to evolution after my shit homeschool education. Forrest, you're cool too. Thank you for noticing.
£10 from Frimples McDimples. Great English accent, Aron. Worth staying up till 4 a.m. for. I won't steal your spices.
My favorite thing is when Americans call Rudy-Doody point-and-shooties guns. I heard an American one day call a slippery-dippery long mover a snake. Hilarious Americans. Yeah, fucking get out of here with your very generous super chat, you bitch.
All right. I have had, I don't know if you've noticed, but I've had a Great Pyrenees begging me to go outside for a really long time.
Okay.
And so I think we're finally coming to the point where I can satisfy his request. Forrest?
Yep. I'm gonna what's that?
I said it's been a bucket of chuckles. I said
it's been fun.
Has been.
It's been incredibly fun.
Yes.
Don't fucking chuckle bucket at me, sir. I'll fight you. It has been great. It has been genuinely fun, and I love fucking. We got to do this again sometime. In the meantime, couple of quick reminders. Number one, we got a bunch of great shows for you guys coming up tonight, this weekend, or this week. But on this weekend, I can't speak. On this weekend, Friday and Saturday, I believe, we're doing a big fundraiser for recovering from religion. So tune into that. We're going to have a bunch of fun. I think we're doing the Golden Mike Show again with Jimmy, Matt, and I for a minute. We're doing a bunch of other stuff. We're trying to reach out to other content creators to get them in on that. So tune in. It's going to be a lot of fun. Donate whatever you can, because Recovering from Religion is a fantastic organization. So save your money so you can spend it all this weekend. Also, quick shout out to Stephanie Helms, our call screener. Thank you very much. Shout out to Amargan, our producer. Thank you very much. Quick shout out to Faya Halo, the person who does our timestamps. Thank you very much. Tell me if it's Faya or Faya, because I feel like I say it wrong every week, and I just switch back and forth. It's not going to matter. I'm going to say stupid shit regardless. But thank you for being here. Thank you to all of our callers, even the ones that sucked. Thank you to all of our chatters, even the ones that sucked. If you got banned in the chat, call the fucking number on the bottom of the screen. And with that, protect trans kids. I'm Forrest Valkai. That's Aron Ra. Thanks so much for being here today. Have an awesome rest of your day. Have an awesome rest of your night. Eat healthy, whatever that means to you.